Hello, everyone. Excuse me. Welcome back to another episode or spine number rather, of Chasing Labels. I am your host, Andrew, and we are back here once again to dive into the world of boutique label recent announcements from that boutique label world. If you are joining me here for the first time, please welcome. If you are joining me here once again, welcome back. It is June 23rd, 2025. So we are in the middle towards the tail end of the month. This is when we start getting a lot of most of the boutique labels that we know and love. So far, what's really left for us to be diving into that has not been announced yet will be the Arrow releases. Those will be done next time. But right now, this week, we're going to be diving into a bunch of things like Radiance, Eureka, Imprint. We'll be diving into Criterion, of course. I just want to, of course, say right up off the top, the Barnes& Noble 50% off Criterion sale will be happening once again this year. It will be starting, from what I've heard through the various Blu-ray.com forums and what I've heard online through various other collectors and enthusiasts and people in the realm that we're all in on social media, is that it will be starting this Friday, June 27th, 2025. So your local Barnes & Noble, the barnesandnoble.com website, all Criterions will be 50% off. 4Ks, Blu-rays, DVDs, whatever the case may be, box sets. It will be going, I believe, through, I want to say July 30th. I feel like it's going to go through the whole month of July, but it will be starting this coming Friday. So be prepared for that, financially, emotionally, mentally, whatever you need. Criterion sale is upon us, and I will be doing my usual Barnes & Noble in-store video that I typically always do. I don't know if I'm going to be going first day or if I'm going to be going a little bit later on than that. It really all depends on my schedule and how I'm feeling. Also, kind of recovering from my birthday, which was recently on June 17th. So I turned 38. 38 years old, 38 years young, as the saying goes. But here on Chasing Labels, spine number 167, let's start off with a little bit of a collection update. Like I said, my birthday was on June 17th, so I did pick up quite a few things. Early birthday gifts, later birthday gifts, they're all gifts, really. Isn't cinema a gift in general? But something that I mentioned last time that I hadn't quite gotten in yet was Greg Araki's film Smiley Face. I bought this on eBay because the slipcover edition or version is out of print on the Vinegar Syndrome website. This is from one of the Vinegar Syndrome partner labels. It is from Dark Star Pictures, and you can get, I believe, just the standard edition, which is literally just the movie without the slipcover. That's pretty much the only difference. But this is such cool artwork design, cover art design for the slipcover, that I kind of felt like I had to track it down and get it before it was really too expensive. This is like I said, the ultimate stoner film from Greg Araki. Like I said, I wanted to get a few films for Pride Month from a lot of my favorite queer filmmakers, Greg Araki being one of them. Coincidentally, in that same vein, in that same realm, I picked up really a movie from one of my favorite filmmakers of all time, and that is Pedro Almodovar. And this is his film Parallel Mothers, which came out a few years ago, starring, of course, Penelope Cruz, who seems to be in nearly all of his movies, at least many of them in the last 20 years or so. I've got quite a robust Pedro Almodovar collection that I have gone over at one point in time. I may do an update on that because there's one more movie I have to get. His most recent film, unfortunately, is not available on Blu-ray. His most recent movie it's not available on Blu-ray here. That's what I should say. It's put out by Sony through Sony Pictures Classics, and it's unfortunately only released on DVD, which blew my mind completely because Sony Pictures Classics and Sony Pictures have been putting out Pedro Almodovar films on Blu-ray since the mid-2000s. Like, they put out like Broken Embraces and The Skin I Live In and all kinds of his stuff. And I was really surprised that they did not put out his most recent film, which is called The Room Next Door, which came out in 2024. It actually just came out in theaters late 2024. It came out in December, I think. It was his first English language film. It stars Julianne Moore. It's called The Room Next Door, only available on DVD, but you can import the Blu-ray that's put out by Warner Brothers from the UK, which I think I'm going to do, just because I don't know if we're ever going to get a Blu-ray release here, and I want to make sure my Pedro Almodovar collection is up to date. So I picked up this, which I've been wanting to get for a number of years now. So I've got these two films. What else do I have here? Oh yeah, a Cary Grant film that I've been wanting to buy for the longest time is The Talk of the Town, a George Stevens film. This stars Cary Grant, Jean Arthur, Ronald Colman. This came out on Blu-ray directly from Sony. Coincidentally, we're talking about Sony once again. And anytime we're getting a catalog title directly from a studio and not through a boutique label, I find it fascinating. Because we don't see it that often anymore. Mostly, they license out their catalog to the boutique labels, and I end up talking about them through that. But this movie starring Cary Grant was put out directly from Sony, so I wanted to get this really good film. Let's see what else I got here. Oh, two of the Black Friday sale stuff that I got. I bought two things from two partner labels, and this is the movie That Guy Dick Miller. This is the documentary about just a great, I would say, character actor, even though he's just kind of popped up in movies here and there, and that is Dick Miller. This is put out by, who puts this out? I have to go look it up. Why do they make it so difficult? But anywho, this documentary is all about the late, great actor Dick Miller. Oh, Decalogue. Yes, this is put out by Decalogue. And I really, really love this documentary a lot. You may not know who Dick Miller is, but you've seen him in something. Chances are you have. He worked a lot with Joe Dante. He was in a lot of Joe Dante films. He was in Gremlins. He was in Gremlins 2. He has a small role in Small Soldiers. He plays the toy delivery truck guy in Small Soldiers. He works at the gun shop in Terminator, and James Cameron's Terminator. He popped up in so many different things. He worked a lot in Roger Corman pictures, specifically the movie Bucket of Blood, which he starred in, actually. Bucket of Blood has an Olive Films release on Blu-ray that I really want to get my hands on, because that's a really underrated movie, I think. So this is the documentary called That Guy Dick Miller. Watch it if you can. If it's streaming and you can find it, give it a watch. Next, I got a double feature of, I think these are two Kenji Fukasaku films. Sorry, not Mizoguchi. Fukasaku films. And this is, oh my goodness, what's this? Two films, Wolves, Pigs, and Men, and then Violent Panic, The Big Crash. The reason why I got these is I really like Kenji Fukasaku. A lot of his movies are getting Blu-ray releases right now from all over the place. So I've been trying to pick up some here and there just to kind of put together a little Kenji Fukasaku collection within my collection. These are two earlier films from him. These movies are from, I want to say, the 60s. Yeah, my vision is not so good right now, so I can't really read the copyrights on these. Or is it 1970s? I think it's 74 and 76. Sorry, my fault. So 74 and 76. And this is from, I think, Film Movement. I think this is from Film Movement. Yet again, they make the font so small on these, and my eyes get very blurry very fast. Yeah, Film Movement. Film Movement. One of the better, I'd say, OCN partner labels. Granted, they were on their own for a while, but they then have now partnered up with OCN, and they've just kind of put out or re-put out a lot of the stuff they had put out by themselves, and all the films are excellent that Film Movement puts out. So I got these two. Let me start putting some stacks over here. Kind of a random mainstream. I was at my local Walmart, and they had one copy left of Wicked in 4K with the slipcover in pretty good condition, which is kind of a shock. I don't know if any of you have visited your local Walmarts lately, but they just jam these things into those protective plastic cases that really don't protect them. They just freaking destroy them. So I was lucky to find one copy that had a decent slipcover in there. So I picked that up. I don't know if I talked about these before. um, last time because I never go back and watch the older episodes, even though I probably should, so that I don't end up repeating myself. But I never do that because I'm always concentrating on the next thing. So let me put these here as things start tipping over. I picked up two genre long films. I picked up Night of the Hunted and Lips of Blood. These are the limited editions. I think I talked about this before. These have now been reissued in standard editions, but you can still find these around. If you look online, certain retailers, you can still find these. I think like Amazon still has these. So if you're collecting your genre long films in 4K and you still want all of the limited editions, grab these while you can before they start disappearing from those online retailers and start going for a lot of money on like eBay and places like that. Let me put this back over here. Review here. And what else is there? I feel like I'm missing. Oh, one of the bigger ones. Okay. So last Monday, which was the day before my birthday, I went to my local Barnes and Noble, and because they were having a 50% off like cult movie sale, but I didn't end up participating in it because there was no titles that I wanted. I will say this though, for those of you who have Barnes and Nobles in your area that sell movies still, Barnes and Noble is now carrying Radiance releases, and they are now carrying Indicator releases too. Not a lot, but a surprising amount. A surprising amount of Radiance releases, specifically recent Radiance releases. So check your local Barnes and Noble, go online to their website, and you can check your local store's inventory to see what they have. But what Barnes and Noble has also been carrying now for a while are the A24, what used to be their online shop exclusive releases. They're no longer exclusive to their website. They've been in Walmart's and they've now been at Barnes and Noble. And I went there and I picked up 5 of them. The 5 that I picked up are Sing Sing, the movie Sing Sing, starring Coleman Domingo, which I thought was one of the best performances I saw of last year. Definitely a high recommend. Just put that over there. Luca Guadagnino's newest film, Queer, starring Daniel Craig. So I picked this up. These are both on Blu-ray. Some of these editions have Blu-rays, some have 4Ks, some have both. Actually, how should I say this? I'll say it better. Some of the releases from A24 are available in both 4K UHD and Blu-ray, and some are only available on Blu-ray. So when the 4K UHD is available for a specific movie, I'll buy that. When the Blu-ray is only available, I'll buy that. Just because you're stuck with what. And I noticed recently they're starting to trend more to only releasing Blu-rays. I don't know if the 4Ks aren't selling well online or aren't selling well in general, but I've just noticed that that's what they're doing. I saw The TV Glow, one of my favorite movies of last year. I think this is an astonishing work. Talk about a movie perfectly to buy for Pride Month and to celebrate queer cinema in modern times. Just an extraordinary original film. Jane Schonenbrunn did incredible work with this. One of my favorites of last year. Only available on Blu-ray right now. Next is The Zone of Interest, which is Jonathan Glazer's newest film. Jonathan Glazer, who did the movie Under the Skin, which I am really surprised has not gotten a boutique label release yet. Under the Skin is an incredible film. It was starring Scarlett Johansson from 2013. Yes, 2013. But yeah, Zone of Interest is another powerful film from Jonathan Glazer, a unique auteur director from our time. His films are truly one of a kind. And it takes him many, many years to make a movie. So, and they always tend to be worth it. Another one of my favorite films from last year, and this is a 4K UHD release, and that is Love Lies Bleeding. Another film for Pride Month, really, celebrating queer cinema. I believe this is directed by Rose Glass. Yes. Starring Kristen Stewart and Katie O'Brien. And Rose Glass directed the movie Saint Maud, which is kind of underrated and underseen. but Love Lies Bleeding was one of my favorites of last year, so I picked that up as well. Um, let's see, what else am I missing? I gotta go. I have to consult my. It's a good thing I actually take pictures of all these and post them on my Instagram, or else I would absolutely forget everything. Oh goodness, there's about 3 or 4 that I'm forgetting. Let me show you guys the. So, speaking of Radiance, I picked up this out of print limited edition of the Bounty Hunter trilogy. This is a samurai trilogy of films that I talked about here on the channel when it was announced. This has been out of print for a while, or sold out rather. There is a standard definition of this available that you can buy right now. And the only difference between standard definition and limited editions when it comes to Radiance is this OBI strip right here. Basically, they take this off and it becomes the standard edition. Put it on, limited edition. That's pretty much the only difference. Um, and this is, like I said, a 3-film collection. Let's see. What you told me. Oh, it does say it. This is the same. Yeah, the same actor who starred in Lone Wolf and Cub. I wish they gave me the 3 films. I would say. Yeah, it doesn't quite say the 3 films, but that's the Bounty Hunter trilogy. Actually, I think it says it on the back. But anywho, so that's that. I picked that up on eBay. Something I picked up at Orbit DVD from my buddies over at Orbit DVD. The Tale of Princess Kaguya. This is a Studio Ghibli film from I think 2012, 2013. I think around that time. I've been wanting to buy this for the longest time. I'm slowly collecting all of the G Kids Studio Ghibli releases or their Japanese animation releases because not all of them are Studio Ghibli, but I'm missing a couple of them that I've got to get my hands on. Off the top of my head, the movie Only Yesterday I need to get The Boy and the Heron, which is Hayao Miyazaki's newest film. I've got to get that. It's I think the first and so far only release in 4K. That's a Studio Ghibli film. But I got Tale of Princess Kaguya, and I was fortunate enough that Orbit DVD still had it with the slipcover. And yeah, I'm glad I got that. And then 2 big time releases. By big time, I mean literally big time releases. Um, so we talked about how Arrow was putting out um, the Man with No Name trilogy. How they were putting out the Man with No Name trilogy. We know that Kino had put out the 4Ks already. The Blu-rays have been out for years. DVDs have been out for years. But I went and started getting the Arrow 4K edition releases. And the way I rationalized buying this for like the 4th or 5th time over, there are some films in cinema that are just so on such a level of masterpiece that you can't help but buy them over and over again, and it doesn't really matter how many times you do. They're just that good. I think the Man with No Name trilogy, the work of Sergio Leone in general, is that good. Certain filmmakers, you can't get enough of, really. So I got a fistful of dollars, as you can see here, a fistful of dollars, and then I've got For a Few Dollars More, which also just came out. So I think both of these came out in May or June. Obviously the big one is The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. So that was supposed to actually come out tomorrow. It was supposed to come out on the 24th. It got pushed to August. So August will have The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. And I will say also this: if you've been looking to get these, if you're looking to get a fistful of dollars For a Few Dollars More, the limited edition 4K releases from Arrow, buy them when you see them because they're selling out very, very fast. I know a fistful of dollars is becoming very hard to get for an affordable price, at least. And I know For a Few Dollars More is probably going to go the same way. These are massively popular films from a massively popular, boutique label. Arrow is one of the most popular for years. So I picked these 2 up, and then I guess last but certainly not least is another Arrow release, and I just got this in the mail yesterday. A late birthday release present for me is Shawscope Volume 3, the Shaw Brothers box set. I've got Volume 1, I've got Volume 2, now I have Volume 3, which I planned on getting. I just didn't know when, and then it just happened to go on sale, so I couldn't pass up. It was like 60% off, so I couldn't really pass that up. This has this is a 10 disc set, and it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 movies. So yeah, 14 movies on 10 discs, the 10th disc being a CD. So this is the volume 3, which just came out in December. I don't know how many more of these Arrow can put out. Between Arrow and Shout Factory and Eureka putting out Shaw Brothers stuff as well, and 88 doing things too. I don't know how much is actually left, but my goodness, these sets are very, very beautiful. Green is also my favorite color, so that's also a nice little bonus here. So you get this soft cover elongated book here, which has all kinds of details, and then you get the book type housing of the discs themselves. Not my favorite way to house discs. But hey, it's a unique design. So you can see how the disc is held here. For those of you in the audio realm, none of this means anything to you. If you are not seeing any of this, head over to the Chasing Labels YouTube channel and you can see all of the good stuff. Yeah, so as you can see, this is the way all of this packaging goes. The discs are held in sleeve-like hubs, if you will. So they're not really going anywhere, but still not my favorite. To get them out, you've got to put your hands pretty much in there to get them out. If you're somebody who has large hands, it may be more difficult for you. But it's really a beautiful, beautiful set in general. Let me put it back here before I mess with it a little bit too much. So that is it for everything for my 38th birthday. I'll say this, getting older is never easy. Getting older is a bit interesting to me. Birthdays don't really quite mean as much as they used to. Wow, this is really not going in the way I planned it. Yeah, they just become more normal days than anything. So let me put this back in here. But that is, like I said, that is it. We'll get into all the boutique label stuff. So there we go. Let me set this aside here. Of course, slides right out. So I think that's about it. So we've spent too much time on that. So let's get into some announcements here. But before we do that, we do have some comments. We have our buddy Jeff K here. He says, good evening, Jeff. He says, oh, yes. So Jeff K did also mention this as well. Dick Miller was in the movie Matinee, which I think is another Joe Dante film, if I do recall. Yes. So Jeff K also says, I believe B&N just announced a 50% off Radiance sale. So thank you for reminding me, Jeff. So there is actually currently a Radiance sale going on the Radiance website. So the Radiance website is, I have it up actually because we're going to talk about Radiance releases. So it is radiancefilms.co.uk. And what has happened actually is I think Amazon has price matched a lot of those releases as well. So if you don't want to pay to import, you can always just buy directly from Amazon. But Amazon typically only has the Region A stuff. The Region A and Region Free things. So things that are Region B exclusive, you could probably only get from their website with the sale price. I do want to check Barnes & Noble. Thank you, Jeff, for reminding me or telling me about that. Let's see. I'm on the Barnes & Noble site right now. There's a 50% off. Oh, there is a 50% off Radiance sale. You're right. Yeah. So I'm on... Yeah, there's a 50% off Radiance sale. So it looks like Barnes & Noble is price matching Radiance's sale on their website. Amazon's price matching it as well, I believe. So plenty of Radiance to go around. Like I said, Barnes & Noble has Radiance titles now. This is interesting. I don't know, because with Criterion sale starting on Friday, are we going to have a Criterion and Radiance sale overlapping with one another. I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that Barnes and Noble has had overlapping sales. Back in the day, they used to do Criterion and art house movies, used to be 50% off at the same time. They used to do Criterion and Arrow releases would be 50% off at the same time at Barnes and Noble too. So it's not unheard of. But it could change your buying habits for the sale. I will say this: my Barnes and Noble did have quite a, like I said, they had quite a few Radiance, but they had the Radiance titles at full price, like $40. $40 for a Blu-ray is a bit much nowadays, in my opinion. Even if it is a boutique label, especially a boutique label like Radiance, where it's only the movie on Blu-ray with a couple of features. It's not like a big time packaging deal like you get with a like an Arrow limited edition when you get like postcards and posters and all kinds of special features. It's a little bit different. So I couldn't really justify spending $40 on a Radiance title, especially when you could go to Orbit DVD, you could go to Amazon, you could go to Diabolic DVD and get them for much, much cheaper. But at 50% off, now we're talking. now we're talking. Now we're talking some good prices here. So thank you, Jeff, for saying that. So, let's see. I'm right in the middle of Shawscope 3, excellent collection, most consistent of all three. That's good to hear. I haven't even delved into them yet. I bought Volume 1 as soon as it came out. I bought Volume 2 as soon as it came out. And then Volume 3 I was going to wait on, but like I said, it went on sale, so I had to buy it. So I still need to dive into all of those volumes. My plan, and this has not been put off for years now, is I wanted to, watch all the movies in the volumes, do a review of the box set, post the video on YouTube here. But I just get so bombarded with preparing for Chasing Labels and the other stuff we've got going on and life in general that I don't end up getting to it. But that's still a tentative plan. I just gotta do it. So hello, Adam Schofield. Adam Schofield says hi. Adam Schofield says, I'm just here to hear about movies. Can't afford to buy currently. Hey, you know what's good thing about movies is they're kind of always there to buy them when you can. What I keep telling people here on Chasing Labels is buy them when you can. You know what I mean? Like don't go bankrupt over this stuff. I mean, as tempting as it is, trust me, it's always so tempting. But hey, the most important part is your love of movies and your enthusiasm for them, your passion for them, all that good stuff. Speaking of which, let's dive into some stuff because we've got not a lot to go over, but the way I seem to talk about all of them, we could be here for a little while. Let's go to Radiance. Why not? Since we've been talking about Radiance sales on their website, Barnes & Noble, Amazon, let's talk about Radiance because they did announce 1, 2, 3, 4 releases that are coming. And I believe this will be their, let's see. Actually, let's take a look. So first we have the movie In My Skin, which is getting both a Blu-ray and a 4K release. Then we've got another box set, and this is World Noir Volume 4. Now, from what I've seen, World Noir Volumes 1 and 2 are now out of print, and they go for pretty big amount on eBay. So if you have either of those, or if you know a place where you can get either of those at an affordable price, grab them while you can. Or at least tell me so I can grab it, because I do not have volumes 1 and 2. Volume 3 is relatively new, so you can still get them. You can still get it. The next movie here is Los Golfos. And then the last movie here is The Betrayal. So I want to see what I forgot which month. These are the September releases. Yes. So let's go with In My Skin. So In My Skin actually has already gotten a Blu-ray release here, because I was actually talking the other day with Steven, who was actually watching his copy of it. So In My Skin got a 4K and Blu-ray release back in the month of May from Severin. So Severin came out with it back in the month of May, and now we've got a release from Radiance. Let me get rid of some tabs here. So let's see what we have here for this release. So if you haven't seen this movie, I'll warn you guys, this is a very graphic film. Very graphic. So, one night at a house party, Parisian marketing professional Esther hurts her leg on some industrial supplies. Alone when it happens, she doesn't even realize she has been hurt. She hasn't even yeah she doesn't even realize she has been hurt. The lack of pain fascinates her, while her life starts to take shape. An exciting promotion at work, and new plans with a boyfriend, Esther becomes obsessed with the thoughts of self mutilation, a nuanced body horror filled with eye catching and innovative set pieces. Writer director Marina Devan's landmark debut feature formed part of the new French extremity movement that would go on to influence the likes of Julia Ducournau, who did Raw and Titane, and Coralie Farjeon, who did The Substance. So when I'm saying graphic, think of those movies. Think of Raw, think of Titane, think of The Substance, and also think of a lot of the other French extreme films from the 2000s. I'm talking like High Tension, I'm talking like Martyrs, this level of kind of like gruesome graphicness in there. Because when you're dealing with something that's of this matter, it can get pretty squeamish. Pretty squeamish. It's rather uncomfortable, but there is a psychological reason why this woman is doing this. If you know anyone, or if you've heard of anyone, or if you just know in general about people who do self harm, um, there is usually a psychological component that goes along with that. And this movie is trying to explore that. And it's very interesting because this is 2002 when this movie came out. So it's not something that was typically kind of talked about in the open as much as it is now. Mental health and things like that. But this movie is rather good if you can get past those squeamish parts. If you've got a strong stomach, if you will. But let's see. So the Blu-ray is Region B locked, obviously since Severin has the rights here, but the 4K is region free as the format typically is. So let's see what we got here for special features. You scroll up. Let's see. New 4K restoration from the original camera negative by Severin Films. There you go. 4K UHD Dolby Vision HDR and Blu-ray presentation of the feature. 5.1 DTS HDR master audio commentary by Marina Devan. So Marina Devan is the director and she stars in the film as well. So doing kind of double duty there. You got a new interview with Marina Devan. You got a new interview with cinematographer Pierre Barougier, sorry. New interview with acting coach Marc Adage. Yes, Adage. New interview with critic Manuela Lagic. A new visual essay by Valerie Villegas. 2 short student films by Marina Devan, Bien sous tout rapport from 1996, and then Retention from 1997. Just quickly, let me go and see how it compares to the Severin release in terms of special features. Let's see. So you do get the same commentary, but you get a different commentary on the Severance release. So the Severance release has a commentary by the director and a commentary by International Film Festival programmer Justine Smith, or Fantasia International Film Festival, Justine Smith, who we've had here on the channel on Chasing Labels. Exclusive Faculty of Horror episode on In My Skin with Andrea Sabasati and Alexandra West. So that is on Severin. That's not on the Radiance. And then you've got an intro by Carol Argenise, commentary. Like I said, you got those 2 commentaries on the Blu-ray. Exposed Skin interview with Marina Devan. Fear of a Female Cannibal. That's not on the Radiance release. Under the Surface video essay by Alexandra Helen Nicholas. That's not on the Radiance release. And then exclusive Faculty of Horror episode of In My Skin, like I just mentioned. That's not on the release. You do get this. You do get the 2 short films, and there's actually 2 more short films on the Severance release, plus a commentary on one of those short films too. So the Severin release does have more features than the Radiance release. So just keep that in mind. And they're both from the same transfer. So it really all depends on what you prefer. Um, for me, I'm trying to get every Radiance release, although that 7 release is rather nice. So let's see what we got here as well. Um, so let's move out of In My Skin. Let's go to the World Noir Volume 4 box set. I did not get to watch all of these movies. I only got to watch the first film. So this has 3 classic crime films from France. That's what it says. We have I can't pronounce it. Chenouf, starring Gene Gabin. He plays a gangster brought in to take control of a complex drug operation while evading police and controlling his pushers. Back to the Wall, a rich industrialist attempts to gain revenge on his adulterous wife, who's portrayed by Jean Moreau, Jean Moreau, in a scheme that leads to murder. Paris Pickup is the 3rd film. It says, on Christmas Eve, an ex-convict goes home with a beautiful Italian woman only to discover a dead body on arrival. Well, that's the worst case scenario you can think of on Christmas or any day, really. Let's see. Yeah, so Gene Gabin is really a French stalwart as an actor. He's in many great French films. He's in The Grand Illusion, which is, I think, one of the greatest films of all time, let alone French film of all time. But he's in a bunch of other movies. Yeah, and let's see what we got here for special features. So, Blu-ray limited edition box set special features, 2K restorations for each film by Gaumont, original uncompressed mono PCM audio for all the films, newly improved optional English subtitles, obviously, newly designed artwork based on the original posters, limited edition 80-page perfect bound book featuring archival pieces and new writing by critics and experts, Imogen Saron Smith, Farah Jake Cole, and more. So familiar names. Let's see, limited edition of 3,000 copies. So Chenouf, or I know it has an alternate title. Hold on, let me go actually check what the title is, because I know this. I can't keep saying that. I can't keep saying that. It's CHNOUF. I know it had a different name. It was called. It was called Razia. No, yeah, it was called Razia Solan Chenouf, or just Razia. That's how it presents when you go onto Letterboxd. Let's see. Let me go back to where I was. So Razia or Chenouf has an audio commentary by Nick Pinkerton, archival interview with Henry DeCoin on Gene Gabin, new visual essay on Chenouf and drugs in film noir by Frank Krutnik, Back to the Wall, new audio commentary by Daniel Kramer, archival retrospective interview with Edward Molinaro, and then Paris Pickup has a new audio commentary by Tim Lucas, archival interview with director Marcel Blual, archival behind-the-scenes report on Paris Pickup, archival interview with actor Robert Hossein and writer Frederick Dard about their play. Inspector Leclerc investigates the Grey Jackets episode of 1962 TV crime serial directed by Marcel Blual. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, these are all from the one's from 1955, one's from 1958, and the other's from 1962. Well within that noir and neo-noir, age. And these are all coming out in September. Then we have Los Golfos, or The Delinquents, if you want the English translation. Now, I really wanted to watch this movie, but I could not find it anywhere. I couldn't find it streaming. Okay, I did find it, just with no English subtitles. So the movie, I think, is natively in Spanish. I believe it's a Spanish film. Yes, it's from Spain. And I don't speak Spanish, so therefore I couldn't understand what was going on. So therefore I couldn't watch it. And every single copy I found streaming of it all had no English subtitles. So this movie is about Poor youths. A group of poor youths tear around Madrid pulling scams and petty crimes. As one of their gang prepares to perform in a serious bullfighting competition, they plan a heist that will raise the money to finance his entry, breaking with the tradition by filming in the streets and utilizing documentary techniques to give the film an urgent resonance. Carlos Sora and producer Per Portobello, who I guess was a producer on Viridiana, which is Louis Buñuel's film. Okay, were announced as a powerful new force in Spanish cinema when the film was nominated for the Palme d'Or at the Cannes Film Festival. All right, so this movie's got some pedigree behind it. Um, like I said, I wanted to see this movie. This is something I definitely want to buy. So, restored in 4K in 2024 by Filmoteca Española in collaboration with Films 59 at the Digital and Electronic Systems Laboratory from the 35mm acetate negative, 35mm prints, and other intermediate photochemical materials. So my guess is they took 35mm negative and also elements from other 35mm prints and tried it and like Frankensteined it together. That's my guess. To make the best looking film they possibly could, sometimes you gotta do those things. So as an introduction by author and former director of Filmoteca Catalunya, Esteve Riambo, yeah. Interview with filmmaker and curator Esar Koshbakt on Los Golfos, its influences and makers. These are all brand new special features. Wow. Censored scenes affected by censorship are presented alongside notes from the censorship committee. Two early short films by Carlos Sora in La Lamada, about a soldier leaving for war, and La Tarde del Domingo, about an oppressed live-in maid. These are both from the 50s. A reversible sleeve featuring original and newly commissioned artwork, and then a limited edition booklet featuring writings and stuff like that. Yeah, I really want to see this movie. I'm just kind of very, very fascinated by it. This is coming out in September as well. This is region-free, so you don't need a region-free player. You can find these releases at Orbit, Diabolic, MVD, Grindhouse, and other places. And of course, from the radiance.co.uk website. So that's really cool. So next is a movie I did actually see. It's called The Betrayal. This is a Japanese samurai film. And I rather liked it. The ending of this movie is insane. It is insane. To protect his clan, an honorable samurai takes the blame for a murder committed by one of his fellows. He is promised a safe return after 1 year in exile, but this vow is broken and he becomes a fugitive chased by his own clansmen. Disillusioned by the Bushido Code of Honor, he realizes there are only two ways out: vengeance or death. From director Takuzo Tanaka, a former assistant to Akira Kurosawa, this cruel Jidageki stands alongside such notable works of the genre as Harakiri and The Sword of Doom. Those are the two movies that this movie reminds me of. And before you go a little crazy now, if you're familiar with Harakiri and Sword of Doom, Harakiri specifically, I think, is one of the best Japanese samurai movies ever made. Hell, it may be one of the best movies ever made. It's an astonishing work. This movie is similar into that, but it's not quite as good. But it's still rather good. Still rather good. It's very, very good. And it's dealing with certain universal themes of, like, you know, the honor code of the samurai and the corruption of the honor code of the samurai and the ronin and all of that kind of stuff. And you have this guy who's trying to do the honorable thing, but the system that he's trying to do an honorable thing in is corrupt. You know what I mean? So he just kind of becomes disillusioned by it all and, gets pushed too far. It's a really good film. It's called The Betrayal. So here for special features, we have a high definition digital transfer by Kadokawa, uncompressed mono PCM audio, select scene audio commentary by Japanese film historian Tom Mess, The Path to Betrayal, visual essay by film critic Philip Kemp comparing The Betrayal with the original Orochi, visual essay on director Tokuzo Tanaka by Tom Mess, new English subtitle translation, reversible sleeve featuring original and newly commissioned artwork by Time Tomorrow. And then we got limited edition booklet with new essay New writing by Elaine Silver. Oh, that's interesting. I usually see him doing film noir stuff, but that's cool. So that is The Betrayal. And this is looks like region A and B, so you can get it and it'll work in your region A player, no problem. Um, yeah, really good film. Really cool. Like I said, the third act and the ending of this movie is crazy. Um, so that is it actually from Radiance. So only 4 titles. In My Skin getting a Blu-ray and 4K release, but like I said, the Severance release gives you a little bit more, but it's the same transfer here. But if you're a Radiance completist like myself, you may want to get it. You have World Noir Volume 4 with 3 French noir films, starring a couple of prominent names like Jean Gabin and Jean Moreau. Then you have Los Golfos, or the Delinquents, as the English translation goes. It's a Spanish film. And then you have The Betrayal, a Japanese film. So we're going with like French and Spanish and Japanese. Um, the only thing missing in here is an Italian film, and then you would have like the Radiance like quadruple effect. That's what Radiance really loves to do. If you know our friend Fran Simeone, who runs Radiance, he loves international cinema, and that's really what Radiance's game is. They put out a lot of great international cinema stuff, a lot of stuff you've never heard of before, stuff that's deep catalog type of things, but all good stuff for the most part. So that is it for Radiance. Let's see if we have any comments here. Yes, yeah. So Adam Schofield says Pepe Lamoco considered a very early noir starring Gene Gabin. Jeff K says The Betrayal sounds good, and then Jeff K says it is a September release. Yes, I said that so many times. The reason why I say that so many times is for the audio listeners. Just to kind of keep reminding people, and also I get self conscious about people like, because when I listen to something, sometimes I'll forget certain details and people won't repeat them. They'll just move on to other things. So I like to keep people informed if they've missed out on things. I know when I listen to something or when I watch something on YouTube, sometimes my mind tends to wander. So you miss out on certain details. That's why I repeat myself constantly on here. Plus, it gives me a few extra seconds to move on to the next thing to keep my mind going. But let's see where else we want to go after Radiance. I do want to save Criterion for the end just because I like to give that as the grand finale. But let's go over to Indicator. So we'll go over, we'll stay in the UK and we'll go with Indicator with 2 releases, just 2 releases. One of their kind of smaller months here. And this is Death Carries a Cane and The Perfume of the Lady in Black. These are both available on Blu-ray or 4K. Hold on for 1 second. I'm going to sneeze. Maybe. Oh, I did. I always end up sneezing on camera. It happens every single time. Don't know why. But yes, let's move on. Let's move into Death Carries a Cane. So I believe Death Carries a Cane is a giallo. Let's see. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was reading the right thing here. So, tourist Kitty stumbles upon a murder whilst looking through coin-operated binoculars. When witnesses start being gruesomely bumped off, Kitty teams up with boyfriend Alberto to try and find the black-clad killer if he doesn't find her first. With supporting performances from Rosita Torosh and Simone Andrew, Death Carries a Cane is a bloody and shocking classic of Italian genre cinema. So what you've got here is an Italian rare window, if you will. So this woman and her boyfriend are out like sightseeing or out on a date or something, and she's looked through through one of those big like binoculars that you see on top of like skyscrapers or whatever the case may be, and she's looking around and she can see right into somebody's like house or apartment, and she witnesses a murder, and and basically the rest of the movie is her trying to figure out who it is and getting involved in that. So essentially kind of like an Italian rare window, but it's done in the giallo style. That's how I would classify Death Carries a Cane. If you see the cover art here, it looks so much like a giallo cover. It's ridiculous. So some special features here: new 4K HDR restoration from the original negatives by Powerhouse Film. So they're restoring it themselves. That's pretty awesome. Let's see, 4K presented in Dolby Vision and HDR compatible. Two presentations of the film: Posse di Danza su una lama di Razio, the Italian language version, and Death Carries a Cane, the English language version. Original mono audio. There's an audio commentary with film historians Eugenio Ercolani, Troy Haworth, and Nathaniel Thompson, names you've heard before. A Life in the Suite, editor Eugenio Alabizio remembers his time working on the film. Eugenio Ercolani on Mauricio Prado, the filmmaker and the film historian, discusses the director's career. Per Paulo de Sanctis on Roberto Pregadio, the founder of Four Flies Records, explores Death Carries a Cane score and work of its composer. Original German theatrical trailer, image gallery, new and improved English translation, subtitles, limited edition exclusive 80-page book with new essay by Roberto Curti, archival interviews with Neves Navarro, Robert Hoffman, and George Martin, and full film credits. Worldwide premiere on 4K. Here you go. Obviously, the 4K is region free, so you don't got to worry about that. Let me go check quickly about the Blu-ray in what region we're looking at here. It's region free as well. Okay, so both the Blu-ray and the 4K are region free, and that is Death Carries a Cane, or the much longer Italian title that I don't want to repeat and absolutely butcher the pronunciation of, absolutely destroy the pronunciation. And these are, when are these coming out? Let's see. Oh, September 22nd is when this is coming out. So now we go to Perfume of the Lady in Black. All right. This is coming out also on September 22nd. So Sylvia is tormented by hallucinations from her troubled childhood, including her mother applying perfume in a black dress. Her mental state unravels as she struggles to separate her surreal visions from a series of violent occurrences. Yes, photographed by Palme d'Or winning cinematographer Mario Massini and scored by Academy Award winner Nicola Piovani. The Perfume of the Lady in Black is an eccentric and stylish classic of the Italian giallo. Once again, this is another giallo film. And yeah, this movie is a more surreal giallo film. You have this woman whose psyche is slowly breaking, and there's reasons why why things are happening. If I remember correctly, this movie is rather similar to Rosemary's Baby in the sense that there are other people behind the scenes pulling some strings that she's not aware of, but we as audience members are aware of. If I remember correctly, that's this movie. If not, I'm way off base. I've watched so many movies that sometimes they end up overlapping with each other. I'll just say this. Yeah, the movie gets rather psychological and rather surreal at times. Yeah, so let's see what we got for special features. Two presentations of the film, Il Profumo. Oh boy, I'm gonna ruin this pronunciation. Il Profumo della Signora in Nero, the Italian language version, and The Perfume of the Lady in Black, the English language version. Original mono audio commentary with film historians. You guessed it, Eugenio Ercolani and Troy Haworth. Francesco Barilli on Francesco Barilli. Interesting. An in-depth interview with the director in which he reflects on his life in art and film. And then you have Barilli from 2016. The director talks about the inspirations for the Perfume of the Lady in Black. Portrait in Black, lengthy archival interview with Barilli. Laura Wendell on the Perfume of the Lady in Black. Interview with the German-Italian actor who plays the young Sylvia. Notes of Black, DJ and soundtrack enthusiast Lovely John analyzes Nicola Piovani's sumptuous score. The locations of The Lady in Black, Then and Now, tour of the film's locations, original English and Italian theatrical trailers, image gallery, let's see. Limited edition exclusive 80-page book with a new essay by Paul Duane, a career-spanning archival interview with director Francesco Barilli, and archival profile of actor Mimsy Farmer, and full film credits. World premiere on 4K UHD, of course, region free, coming September 22nd. Both of these releases both have Blu-ray counterparts as well. If you're only interested in the Blu-rays, both are region free. So there you go. That is Indicator for the month of September. Death Carries a Cane and the Perfume of the Lady in Black, two Italian Giallo films. Yeah, things are cooking well over there. Let's see. Yeah, I will say this, Adam. Let's see. Adam Schofield says Perfume of Lady in Black is a good film. Conspiracy Giallo, like Short Night of Glass Dolls, all the colors of dark. That's what that is. And then we've got Adam Schofield says, I tried watching Death Carries a Cane, but fell asleep 30 minutes in, as I've done in many Giallo. Giallo is an interesting genre or subgenre. Some are great, some not so great. But as you said, some can be rather engaging, and some are not so engaging. It really all depends. Yeah, it's kind of it's an odd genre, if you will. Some you have to be more patient with. Some, like I said, are super engaging. It really all depends. Yeah, Death Carries a Cane is a bit more slow moving because it is like a murder investigation, whereas opposed to the other one, which is The Perfume of the Lady in Black, is way more of a character driven film. Like, you're following this character's like slowly mental health degradation, so, and also uncovering her past and her emotional trauma. There's just a lot more interesting things there, I think, to grab on than to kind of like a murder mystery, which, because we've seen murder mysteries happen so many times, especially in Giallo. That seems to be a recurring theme in them. So let's move on from Indicator. Make sure I actually, let's see. Might be good, wouldn't write it off. Or is it a write-off? I liked it, but I would say of the two, yeah, I would agree with you that Perfume of a Lady in Black is much better. Um, so let me see. You know what? Let's go to Imprint. Why not? We're on a train right now. Imprint went bananas. So this 2-week period didn't have like a tons of announcements, but the announcements that did happen were box sets. So box sets obviously have a lot of movies in them, so it's time consuming to kind of make your way through them. Imprint has 1, 2, 3. Oh my god, yeah, it had 1, 2, 3 box sets. Yeah. So Imprint coming out with their August. This is their August releases. So their August bundle, their August releases. We've got, let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 announcements, but 3 of them are box sets and 1 is a double feature. So multiple things going on here. First things first, let's talk about this. So the Cinema of Powell and Pressburger Collection 1. Hello, Collection 1. Then we have Hitchcock of the Early Years, Volume 1, 1931 to 1935. And then we've got the Hitchcock 9, which is 1925 to 1929. And then we've got a double feature of the 39 Steps and The Lady Vanishes. Now, for those of you who are Hitchcock enthusiasts, you're like, wait a minute, wouldn't those movies be in one of those Hitchcock box sets? They are, but these are different movies. These are readaptations of the movies that those Hitchcock movies were based on. No, these are readaptations of the book that those Hitchcock movies were based on. Essentially remakes, if you will, from the late 1970s. So much Alfred Hitchcock to go around, but we're going to start off with Michael Powell and Emmerich Pressburger, two of the greatest directing duo in the history of cinema. And I don't say that lightly. I say that with all the sincerity in the world. You can book it. You can write that on my tombstone. Michael Powell and Emmerich Pressburger are incredible. So with this set here, we get 6 films in their first 8 years together. You get these 6 movies. You get The Spy in Black, 49th Parallel, The Life and Death of Colonel Blimp, A Canterbury Tale, which is its worldwide premiere on Blu-ray, and then you have A Matter of Life and Death, and you have The Black Narcissus. Now, these titles may sound familiar to you. The reason why is because these are cinema staples. These are some of the movies you need to watch if you want to watch classic, amazing cinema. I've got a fly flying around me right now. So if you see me waving, that's me shooing the fly away. How it got down here in my basement, I'll never know. There are no open windows down here. Who knows how it got in? But these 6 movies, of these 6 movies, the 49th Parallel has a DVD release from Criterion. The Life and Death of Colonel Blimp has a Blu-ray release from Criterion. A Canterbury Tale, I would have to check on that. I may check that now, actually. Because I've got the site pulled up anyways. Let's see. I don't think A Canterbury Tale even has a DVD release. Oh, it does. Yeah, so A Canterbury Tale does have a DVD release from Criterion, but no Blu-ray yet. A Matter of Life and Death has a Blu-ray release, and Black Narcissus has a Blu-ray release. I think, heck, even at this point, let me check. I always forget all this stuff. Yeah, Black Narcissus is only on Blu-ray, not 4K yet. 49th Parallel, only on DVD. So what my point of all this is saying is that these have been released before here in Region A land on DVD and Blu-rays, and you may have them in your collection already. So I don't know if you want to necessarily upgrade to this box set. For me, I don't know if it's worth it, because like I said, I've got the Blu-rays of most of these films already, and chances are A Canterbury Tale could get a Blu-ray release from Criterion, as well as the 49th Parallel. I know at least the 49th Parallel has been wanted for some time. Let's see what we have here for special features and details and stuff like that. So The Spy in Black came out in 1939. Michael Powell and Emmerich Pressburger's first film came to be thanks to the great Alexander Korda, who introduced the pair for the adaptation of the novel by Joseph Storer Clouston. A German submarine is sent to the Orkney Islands in 1917 to sink the British fleet. This suspenseful World War I thriller is packed with twists, sabotage, and skillful performances from Conrad Veidt, who was in Casablanca. He was also in, I believe, The Man Who Laughs, as a proto-Joker, Valerie Hobson, and Sebastian Shaw. Sebastian Shaw, who played Anakin Skywalker in Return of the Jedi. That's a deep cut there, people. A deep cut. So, for special features for this, which is the movie The Spy in Black, you get an audio commentary by film critic Kim Newman and Joe Boating. You got a new interview with Powell and Pressburger film scholar Ian Christie, new interview with author Charles Barr on The Spy in Black. That's interesting. So The Spy in Black, I don't even think I have to check. Let me check, actually. I don't even know if it has a DVD release. So it's got a Blu-ray release in Spain and France, and it's got a DVD release in the UK. But nothing here in the US yet. Let's see. And then we have the 49th Parallel. With an original story and screenplay by Pressburger and direction from Michael Powell, this riveting drama hurls the viewer inside the early days of World War II with the mightiest manhunt that ever swept the screen. A German U-boat is sunk in Canada's Hudson Bay, hoping to evade capture. A small band of German soldiers, led by commanding officer Lieutenant Hirth, attempts to cross the border into the United States, which has not yet entered the war and is officially neutral, starring Leslie Howard and Laurence Olivier. Now, for special features, we have a new audio commentary with Jonathan Rigby and Kevin Lyons, new interview with Powell and Pressburger film scholar Ian Christie, a new interview with Jeremy Arnold, author of Turner Classic Movies, The Essentials. I have that book. Um, yeah, just for the sake of, because we're here, we might as well do this thing. Let's see what the old DVD of Criterion that Criterion has. So an audio commentary featuring film and music historian Bruce Eder, The Volunteer, a 1949 Powell and Pressburger warfront short starring Ralph Richardson, who I think was he in The Life and Death of Colonel Blimp? Can't remember. But we have A Pretty British Affair, a BBC documentary on the careers of Powell and Pressburger, excerpts from Michael Powell's audio dictations for his autobiography, and that's it. So my assumption is when the 49th Parallel gets the Blu-ray upgrade from Criterion, they're just going to carry over those features. So you're not going to probably get any of these that are on the imprint release. But next we've got The Life and Death of Colonel Blimp, special 2-disc set. Written and directed by Powell and Pressburger, the wartime Technicolor comedy is among the most loved films of all time. I will definitely say that is true. This was actually, I think, my first or second Michael Powell and Emmerich Pressburger film that I watched, and I immediately was awestruck by their filmmaking prowess. So General Candy, who's overseeing an English squad in 1943, is a veteran leader who doesn't have the respect of the men he's training, is considered out of touch and what's needed to win the war, but it wasn't always this way. Flashing back to his early career in the Boer War and World War I, we see a dashing young officer whose life has been shaped by 3 different women and by a lasting friendship with a German soldier. Yeah, this is an amazing movie. Let's see. 1080p high definition presentation on the Blu-ray from a 4K restoration by the Film Foundation and Janus Films. Okay, that leads me to believe that The Life and Death of Colonel Blimp will see a 4K release from Criterion soon. Janus Films has already got a 4K restoration of it. What typically tends to happen is when a movie gets a 4K restoration, it'll be presented in theatrically in movie theaters, whether it's here in the US or in Europe or at film festivals or whatever the case may be. They'll show off the new 4K restoration, and then the 4K edition will come out. That tends to be what goes on. That's the pattern I've noticed over the years. It happened with The Third Man, which just came out. It's probably going to happen with this film. I think it's going to happen with other films as well, so we will see. But the only special feature on this disc 1 is an audio commentary from historian / filmmaker Daniel Kramer, and then you have disc 2, which has the 115-minute 1945 US version of the movie in standard definition. That's a bummer. New interview with Powell and Pressburger film scholar Ian Christie. New interview with Charles Drazen, author of The Finest Years British Cinema of the 40s. And then a restoration featurette with Martin Scorsese. For those of you who don't know, Martin Scorsese is literally the champion from Michael Powell and Emmerich Pressburger. Like, he is the man. He is the man when it comes to advocating for their films. Like, he's probably the reason why The Red Shoes got a restoration, and the reason why The Red Shoes is so beloved today, because of his efforts. A profile of the life and death of Colonel Blimp is the last feature right here. So Life and Death of Colonel Blimp it's an excellent movie. Just for the sake of argument, I'm just curious. It's been a few years since I've checked out the special features for Life and Death of Colonel Blimp, but there's an intro by Scorsese on the Criterion, profile of the life of Colonel Blimp. That's also on the imprint release. Restoration demonstration by Scorsese. That's also on the imprint release. But everything, there's another special feature here, Optimism and Sheer Will, a 2012 interview with editor Thelma Shoemaker, who was married to Michael Powell. That is not on the imprint release. That's only on the Criterion. That's kind of important. That's kind of vital. Not to say that everything else isn't good, but Thelma Shoemaker is literally a direct connection to Michael Powell. Um, let's see. We have A Canterbury Tale, which is it's not an adaptation of the famous literary work that many of you probably are familiar with. You may have read it in school or read parts of it in school. I know I did in both high school and college. But this is a kind of pseudo adaptation. It more just kind of takes a bit of the themes from it. So Powell and Pressburger delve into the mystery genre in this take on Chaucer's classic 14th century works, A Tale of Connection and Redemption. There is a bizarre crime taking place in a small town near Canterbury. An unknown assailant known as the Glue Man is pouring glue on women's heads at nighttime. Three modern day pilgrims are determined to investigate. A haunting dream that defies expectation. A Canterbury Tale is a must see journey for fans of classic cinema. Okay, that's kind of what the movie's about. So you got these three pilgrims, if you will, who are all making their way to Canterbury. And they all end up getting stuck in this small village because they all end up getting off the train at the wrong time and they're stuck there. Then the next train doesn't come till the next day. But what happens is that in this town, there's this person going around who's known as the Glue Man, who at night is like he's attacking women by pouring glue in their hair. Sounds a little silly, kind of is. But he is kind of causing a problem. And these three pilgrims on their way to Canterbury kind of get wrapped up in this little investigation that's going on in this small town. And there's all kinds of metaphors for them all on their individual character journeys, how their paths cross, what their paths mean for one another, and ultimately where they end up at the end of this movie. I actually rather like this movie a lot. There's a new auto commentary by script supervisor Patty Arnold, assistant editor Jim Pope, and Paul Tritton, author of A Canterbury Tale: Memories of a Classic Wartime Movie. It is also a wartime film. I forgot to mention that. Came out in 1944. There's a new interview with Powell and Pressburger film scholar Ian Christie, new interview with Kim Newman, there's a new interview with author Charles Barr on A Canterbury Tale, two excerpts from the American version with Kim Hunter. Yeah, so there is an American version of this movie that I think they cut the movie down a little bit, and I think they rearranged some things, but there's all an opening and ending bookend with the actress Kim Hunter, who would later on be in the movie A Matter of Life and Death, or Stairway to Heaven, as it's called, another Michael Powell and Emma Pressburger film. And that's an astonishing work. Like, I was ecstatic when that movie finally got a Blu-ray release. But I want to see what the old DVD has from Criterion. Let's see, audio commentary with historian Ian Christie, excerpts with the Kim Hunter scenes, interview with actress Sheila Sim. That's actually a really, really great special feature. If you are on the Criterion channel, or if you have the Criterion channel streaming service, you can watch all of these special features on there. And there's a great interview with the actress Sheila Sim, who was in the movie. And it was done, I think, in the mid-2000s or so. Really great. And then there's another special feature here, A Pilgrim's Return, a documentary about John Sweet by Nick Burton and Eddie McMillan. A Canterbury Trail, a documentary visiting the film locations. Listening to Britain 2001 video installation piece inspired by A Canterbury Tale. Listen to Britain, a 1942 documentary by Humphrey Jennings. So this old DVD from Criterion's got some good stuff. Yeah. Give me that Blu-ray, damn it. Give it to me. Hell, go to 4K. Give me a 4K of it. I was very charmed by the movie A Canterbury Tale. Very charmed by it. Let me get to some comments here as we're making our way. So Adam Schofield says, yeah, Hitchcock Bonanza time. He's right. So it is Hitchcock Bonanza time. Early Hitchcock Bonanza time. We're going to get into it. That P&P box set is gold. All the titles are amazing. Yeah, that's the Powell and Pressburger box set. I have them all already. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Many people who are listening to Chasing Labels here or listening to in the future may have these titles already, whether it be on DVD, whether it be on Blu-ray, or a mix of both, because they have been available. They've been around. Um, except for that first film, although you can, I guess, technically import the DVD from the UK or import the Blu-ray from France. Spy in Black is the movie. Is a good one for Blu-ray. Great film. It is. Let's see. 49th Parallel is another first for Blue, I think. Fab film again. Yeah, it is a really good film. Adam Schofield also says Colonel Blimp was a bit of a lost film until Scorsese stepped in. He's doing the cinema god's work. He's doing the cinema god's work. I can just say this for myself. I love him as a filmmaker. He's made movies I go back to over and over again, films I study, the technique, the production, his passion for cinema is contagious. But what I love about him the most is that passion for movies, is that love for cinema, is that encyclopedic mind, and also he's using his power for good. You know what I mean? He's using his platform as a very well-known filmmaker, as somebody who's a big-time person in the industry, to advocate for film restoration, film preservation, film exhibition, all this kinds of stuff, which is really, really important, especially as time goes on. It's really, really important. Let's see. And then Adam Schofield says Powell became a script reader for Scorsese. He recommended Goodfellas as the best script he ever read. Yes, that's something I didn't mention as well, is that Michael Powell and Martin Scorsese were friends. They, as Adam Schofield says here, they worked together. But they knew each other. You know what I mean? That's another direct connection to Michael Powell, is Martin Scorsese. And I'll say this, and I don't mean to be morbid, cherish this. People cherish this connection to cinema's past, because it is slowly, or not even slowly, it is rapidly fading. We are losing a lot of direct connections to cinema's past very quickly. We're losing a lot of big time directors and filmmakers and writers and personalities and all kinds of people who had direct or semi-direct connection to people who've been gone for many decades. When Peter Bogdanovich passed away, that was a rather direct connection to a lot of people. To Orson Welles, to Howard Hawks, to John Ford, to a lot of people that he knew and would tell stories about. So once those connections are gone, it's hard to kind of keep and maintain them. So cherish all this while we can. But moving on from what I was just talking about, we have A Matter of Life and Death. Speaking of which, 1946, A Matter of Life and Death. This is one of my favorites. Oh, I love this movie. A defining film from the 40s and of all cinema, Powell and Pressburger's meditation on life after death is an essential, unmissable, beautiful story. It's also a movie about love and love connection. If you've never seen this movie, I think it's truly one of the many perfect films, I think. When a young RAF pilot miraculously survives bailing out of his airplane without a parachute, he falls in love with an American radio operator, but the officials in the other world realize their mistake and dispatch an angel to collect him. Starring David Niven, Roger Livesey, Raymond Massey, Kim Hunter, and Maria Scoring. David Niven is the RAF pilot who the movie starts off, it's not a spoiler, starts off, he's on the radio, his plane's on fire, his plane's going down, and he's talking with the radio operator, and it's Kim Hunter, and he ends up bailing, and they have a little rapport going on back and forth or whatever, and he ends up bailing out, and he ends up mistakenly surviving. The angels or people in the other world running the show mistakenly don't pick him up and bring him in, so he's still technically alive, but he's not supposed to be. So now there's this battle between life and death, between heaven and, I guess you can say, reality, our world, and it's an incredible film, stunningly beautiful aesthetics in the movie, truly astonishing work. 1080p presentation on Blu-ray from a restored high definition transfer. New audio commentary by cinema historian and author Stuart Galbraith IV. New interview with Powell and Pressburger scholar Ian Christie. New interview with Charles Drazin, author of The Finest Years British Cinema of the 40s. The Color Merchant, 1998 short film featuring cinematographer Jack Cardiff. Jack Cardiff was a master with Technicolor, an absolute master. He shot The Red Shoes, which is not part of this, but he shot this next film, The Black Narcissus. But before we get to The Black Narcissus, I want to take a quick gander over at Criterion's edition of A Matter of Life and Death. We've got a new audio commentary. We got an audio commentary with Ian Christie. Got an interview with Martin Scorsese, which is not on the Imprint release. Interesting. Short documentary on the film's special effects. The Color Merchant is on the Criterion, and the South Bank show Michael Powell in 1986 television program featuring Michael Powell. That's not on the Imprint release. So once again, different special features. Yeah, I would love for this to get a 4K release sometime soon. The Criterion release had a new 4K digital restoration, so with that in mind, I would assume it's prime for a 4K. But let's get to The Black Narcissus, shall we? Another astonishing work. These are some of the greatest films I've ever seen. I can't stress this enough. A Matter of Life and Death, Black Narcissus, Life and Death of Colonel Blimp, those three films in and of themselves, you can learn so much about movies by watching these three movies. And then the cherry on top of the sundae is The Red Shoes, which is not in this set. The Red Shoes is just a masterwork. I rewatched it on my birthday, actually. I rewatched the 4K of The Red Shoes on my birthday because it's one of my favorite films of all time. But The Black Narcissus, a group of Anglican nuns led by Sister Claude, are sent to a mountain in the Himalayas. They work to establish a school and a hospital, but slowly their focus shifts. Sister Ruth falls for a government worker, Mr. Dean, and begins to question her vow of celibacy. As Sister Ruth obsesses over Mr. Dean, Sister Claude becomes immersed in her own memories of love. The masterful Technicolor picture explores the danger and allure of fantasy, an artistic accomplishment of no small proportions. That is a quote from the New York Times. This movie is dealing with, like you said, kind of fantasy and conflict of faith and obsession and human nature and all this kind of stuff. And the aesthetics of this movie is so stunning. And the matte paintings that are utilized are just breathtaking. The Technicolor cinematography is breathtaking. It's just an extraordinary work. You have Deborah Carr in the film, who's a great actress, just an astonishing actress. But for special features, new audio commentary by author and critic Kat Ellinger. That sways me a bit. Audio commentary with co-director Michael Powell and filmmaker Martin Scorsese. That's kind of incredible. New interview with film critic and writer Hannah McGill. New The Women of Powell and Pressburger video essay by critic and film historian Pamela Hutchinson. New interview with Powell and Pressburger film scholar Ian Christie. Profile of Black Narcissus, Painting with Light, documentary about Jack Cardiff. New debut on Black Narcissus. Now, these three down here, I think, are all on the Criterion, if I do recall. Let's see. Just for the sake of argument here, because I think people need to know what the differences are. There's a video introduction by Bertrand Tavernier, audio commentary by Michael Powell and director Martin Scorsese, so you got that same audio commentary. The Audacious Adventure, a video piece in which Tavernier discusses the film and Powell. Profile of Black Narcissus, which is a documentary featuring members of the Archers production team. Painting with Light, the Jack Cardiff thing, and that is it. So a little bit here, a little bit there. So that's it for the box set. So I believe this is collection volume 1. Yeah, volume 1. So I'm assuming volume 2 will have the red shoes. I would bank my life on that. I would bank my life on that. It is I think the red shoes is one of the most yeah, it's a masterpiece. I think it's one of the greatest movies ever made. Like if I was giving a ranking of one of the greatest movies ever made, like a top 10, the red shoes is in there. It's in there. Um yeah. See, Adam Schofield says, I've watched A Matter of Life and Death throughout my life. It means a lot to me, and I perceive it differently every time I watch it. Magical film. That movie definitely probably changes with you as you get older, as you experience life more and more, specifically when you start losing loved ones. Um, when you start losing loved ones and friends and family, things like that, when you experience love and romance and connection and things like that, that movie becomes um, more important to you. Your perspective of it changes definitely. Adam Schofield also says, "I think Black Narcissus is the most beautiful Technicolor film of all time." Don't disagree. Do not disagree. I know a couple of years ago they tried to make a Black Narcissus TV series. I think it was on FX. I never watched it, although I wanted to check it out. I may still give it a watch someday. I probably have it saved on my Hulu to watch list. But that is the collection, the Cinema of Powell and Pressburger Collection 1, 1939 to 1947 from Imprint. Now let's move on. You know, let's before we delve into the Hitchcock stuff, because that's going to take some time. The 39 Steps and The Lady Vanishes. This double feature here. One movie's from 1978, one movie's from 1979. They're fine. These spectacular remakes of Alfred Hitchcock classics burst onto the big screen in the 70s, boasting big stars and epic set pieces. Packaged together in a limited edition hardbox, rediscover these thrilling films of espionage, intrigue, and adventure. Um, so the 39 Steps, this is a readaptation of the book that the 39 Steps is based on, which I think it's the same title. The year is 1914, and Richard Hannay, mining engineer who is visiting Britain for a short time before returning to South Africa, is shocked when one of his neighbors, Colonel Scudder, bursts into his rooms one night and tells him a story that Prussian sleeper agents are planning to murder a visiting foreign minister. When Scudder is murdered and Hannay is framed, he flees to Scotland and attempts to clear his name and uncovers a high-level conspiracy. Starring John Mills, David Warner, and Karen Dotris. For special features, we have On Location with Robert Powell, archival featurette, interview, who's the director, I believe, interview with executive producer James Kenelm Clark, Culture Vulture on Location featurette, and that is it. The movie's fine. It's fine. I didn't really think much of it. Same thing with The Lady Vanishes, although The Lady Vanishes plays more like a comedy than anything. So, 1979, this movie is making its worldwide Blu-ray debut. This movie stars Elliot Gould, Sybil Shepherd, and Angela Lansbury, and this is a Hammer film. So this is interesting. So on the eve of World War II, zany heiress Amanda Kelly, who is Sybil Shepherd, travels by train to Switzerland. While passing through Germany, she meets a sweet elderly lady who suddenly vanishes. That's Angela Lansbury. Distraught, she questions her fellow passengers who claim that the woman was never there, unsure if it's all in her mind or if there's a more sinister plot afoot. Amanda teams up with photographer Robert Condon, who's portrayed by Elliot Gould, to discover the truth. So this movie plays more like a screwball comedy at times with Sybil Shepherd and Elliot Gould, which I thought was a little interesting, like tonal shifts and whatnot. But for special features here, there's a high definition presentation on Blu-ray from a new 2K scan of the original 35mm camera negative by Imprint Films. So they did that themselves. New interview with Elliot Gould. New interview with costume designer Emma Portas. New Hammer Studios End of an Era documentary produced and directed by Marcus Hearn. That's interesting to me. The history of Hammer I find fascinating, and I want to delve into it more. So Hammer, I think, is most well known for Hammer Horror. Hammer Horror was kind of a sub production company within Hammer. Hammer didn't only produce horror films, but I think Hammer horror is what they're mostly known for. You know, the films with Peter Cushing and Christopher Lee and stuff like that. But the Hammer had a whole other, you know, whole other history, if you will. There's an archival interview with production crew, an archival interview with actress Angela Lansbury from 1978, and then the trailers. That is it. Yeah, if you've seen the Alfred Hitchcock films, you kind of know what these movies are about. Um, Mystery, adventure, conspiracy, stuff like that. Um, they're fine. They're fine. Let's see. Adam Schofield says The Lady Vanishes in the 1970s was Hammer's last film of the Carreras era. Not great as I remember. That must be why that documentary is on there, talking about the final days of Hammer. Coincidentally, Hammer's still around to this day in some way, shape, or form. The original Hitchcock Lady Vanishes is so much fun. Comedy, drama, mystery, action. It has it all. It really does. And I don't know if it started Hitchcock's fascination with trains, or if it's just one of his most well-known, movies depicting trains. Um, I think of North by Northwest, the meeting of Cary Grant and Eva Marie Saint's characters on a train. They're back and forth on a train. There's a whole big nice sequence on the train. The movie ends on a train. I mean, a lot of train stuff going on here. Yeah, but The Lady Vanishes, the Alfred Hitchcock one. For those of you who want to start out, this is a good transition here. For those of you who want to start out with Alfred Hitchcock and you don't know where to start, and he's kind of, he's a legendary director. He's kind of, he can be intimidating to start out with. His 1930s work is a good place to start. It really is, because it's giving you the flavor of Alfred Hitchcock's greater work later on, but it's in its infancy, so it's very much in its most digestible form, and it's fun and it's light and it moves and it's great. You know what I mean? His later work also has those tendencies too, but those are his masterworks. His movies from the 40s and 50s. And in a little bit into the 60s, that's a run that's just legendary. Some of the greatest films you'll ever see are in those years. But his early stuff, his stuff from this box set here, I might as well get into it. The early years, Volume 1, 1931 to 1935. I'm assuming Volume 2 is going to have his later 30s work, but this stuff here is his most digestible work. And some of it's not his best, but I'll say this: 39 Steps, Lady Vanishes. That's where you should start with Alfred Hitchcock. And if you're into silent film, watch The Lodger. That's where I started, and I feel like that's where people should start. So, the early years, Alfred Hitchcock, Volume 1. You've got, let's see, The Skin Game from 1931, Rich and Strange from 1931, Number 17 from 1932, The Man Who Knew Too Much from 1934, and The 39 Steps. The Man Who Knew Too Much is another one to start with. That's a good one, starring Peter Lorre. He would end up going on to remake that movie in 1956 with Jimmy Stewart, but the original one has its charm as well. Alfred Hitchcock is one of my top 5 favorite filmmakers of all time. I've watched, rewatched, study his movies. I took a whole course on Alfred Hitchcock. I've written papers on Alfred Hitchcock. This Alfred Hitchcock is my game. Like, this is what I love. This is everything to me. So, the fact that we're getting these volumes is kind of amazing. I really wish we would get these types of volumes here, but the rights for Alfred Hitchcock's work in the US and Region A land for Blu-ray is all over the place. It's all over the place. Mainstream studios have some, Criterion has some, Kino has some. Some is in the public domain still, or not in the public domain. Alfred Hitchcock's releases have been kind of a mess here. So I'm glad that we're getting something that's relatively well put together, especially his early stuff. So, the first volume of Alfred Hitchcock's early years takes you on a trip to the 1930s, showcasing his evolution from theatrical dramas to stylish suspense films that would define his legacy. Yes, here we go. So it's a 5-disc hard box set, 1,500 copies only. Let's get into it. The Skin Game. A wealthy family who have had their country estate for many generations find themselves squared against their upstart neighbors in a squabble for respectability within the village neighborhood. So this is basically two families who have a rivalry with one another. One is old money, one is new money. One that the new money one wants to buy up property and industrialize it. They want to build like factories or apartment buildings or businesses, something like that. The old family wants to keep it as it is, doesn't want to move. They're more conservative. They're they're more they're more old style mind thinking, if you will. Um, and they have this rivalry with one another, and this movie kind of depicts that, if you will. So for special features, there's a new interview with film scholar Charles Barr, introduction by director film historian Noel Simsolo, introduction by actor Tony Curtis, Alma Revel, Joe Boating, and Natalie Morris in conversation. Um, Hitchcock Truffaut archival audio interview. Now, before I do go further, I do want to say we did discuss last year. We discussed that the BFI put out an Alfred Hitchcock box set of his British work as well, and I believe these films were in there. So I've got to. So these have been released on Blu-ray already. Let me see if I can pull this up really quickly. I should have done this beforehand, but I did not. Where are you? I'll just leave this. Let's see. Yeah. It was called Hitchcock The Beginning. Came out in December of 2024. And actually, it had his. No, it's got the Skin Game in it. Okay. Yeah. So Hitchcock The Beginning had 10 movies. His first. Actually, not even his first 10 movies. It was actually missing a couple. But let me see what else we've got here. So I know Kino put out. Yeah, so Kino put out their own little box set of a lot of his early 30s stuff too, where it's called Hitchcock British International Pictures. And that box set had The Ring, The Farmer's Wife, Champagne, The Manx Man, and The Skin Game. Interesting. It's all over the place. But just for our purposes here, I wanted to see special features wise what it had for nothing. Okay. Okay. All right. All it has is an archive audio. It has the Hitchcock Truffaut audio interview. That's the only thing it has. All right. There we go. That answered my question on that one. Okay. So, and I want to check the BFI one because the BFI one was the better set. If I remember, the BFI one is the one that had a bunch of special features per movie. So I just wanted to check what the Skin Game had. And the Skin Game had, the Alma Revel, Joe Boating, and Natalie Morris in conversation, which runs about 30 minutes long. Hitchcock Truffaut, and then an introduction by Noel Simsolo. So if I do a little back and forth here, the intro by Tony Curtis and the interview with Charles Barr, those two special features that are on the Imprint release are not on the BFI release, and obviously they're not on the Kino release. You can throw that into the wind. So I think really for just comparison's sake, you gotta really compare this one with the BFI release. So we'll just keep that in mind as we go along here. So let's see, Rich and Strange. Let me set this up already. Yeah, because Rich and Strange is the next one that's in the Imprint release. All right, this is an utter mess. So Rich and Strange, a happy young married couple inherits a large sum of money and decide to take a world cruise where their newfound fortune goes quickly to their heads. Audio commentary by Troy Haworth, archival episode of Cinema Then Cinema Now, featuring Professor Jerry Carlson and author Leonard Quart. Unexpectedly Personal, Charles Barr on Rich and Strange. The Truffaut and Hitchcock audio interview. Then introduction by actor Tony Curtis once again. And then an intro by film historian Noel Simsolo. I'm going to move this actually over here. Yeah. So for the BFI release, you've got the audio commentary by Troy Haworth, you've got the Truffaut Hitchcock audio, you got the intro by Noel Simsolo, and you've got Charles Barr on Rich and Strange. So the only thing you're missing would be the the only thing you're missing is the intro by Tony Curtis. Huh. So that kind of lines up nice. That lines up nice. Yeah, there we go. All right, next we got number 17. We've got number 17 here, which is a shorter film. I don't even think this movie's like an hour long. It is not long at all. So this is the... Yeah, so let's see. Okay. I'm losing my tabs here. A female jewel thief has a change of heart and decides to help the police foil an enemy gang's escape to France. So we've got an audio commentary by critic Peter Tonguet, new interview with film scholar Charles Barr, From Silent Idol to Superman, Jon Stewart by Jonathan Kroll, introduction by actor Tony Curtis, introduction by director, film historian Noel Simsolo, and then archive episode of Cinema Then, Cinema Now, featuring Professor Jerry Carlson and film scholar John Belton. And then you got the Truffaut and Hitchcock audio. And then on the BFI release of number 17, you've got From Silent Film Idol to Superman, Jon Stewart by Jonathan Kroll, and the audio commentary by film historian and critic Peter Tonguet, Hitchcock and Truffaut audio. So they don't really quite line up together, but you're still getting some type of crossover depending on which release you get. So far, this imprint release is rather nice. It's rather nice. So the BFI release ends here. It ends at number 17, so it only goes up to 1932. So next we've got the Man Who Knew Too Much. Actually, that makes sense. Okay. So The Man Who Knew Too Much. While on a winter holiday, a husband and wife learn of an assassination attempt about to take place in London. Fearing that their plot will be revealed, the assassins kidnap the couple's daughter in order to keep them quiet. This is the classic wrong man scenario. This couple and their child are on vacation, and they stumble across something they shouldn't stumble across, and they get swept up in it. It's the wrong man scenario through and through. This stars Peter Lorre, I believe is one of the bad guys in here. There's a new interview with film critic Neil Sinnard, introduction by critic Charles Barr, introduction by actor Tony Curtis, archival episode of Cinema Then, Cinema Now, and then that is it. No audio for Truffaut and Hitchcock. Let's see. Just curious here because there is a Blu-ray release of this from Criterion, The Man Who Knew Too Much, which actually I think has Peter Lorre right on the cover. And the Criterion release has a new audio commentary with film historian Philip Kemp, new interview with filmmaker Guillermo del Toro. Yeah, I remember that. Illustrated Hitchcock, an extensive interview with director Alfred Hitchcock from 1972. Excerpts from the filmmaker Truffaut's, as the Truffaut and Hitchcock audio, and then a restoration demonstration. So, once again, it all depends on what you like, what you prefer. Hearing Del Toro talk about anything I love, especially Alfred Hitchcock, he's one of his favorites. I mean, if you watch Del Toro's work, Guillermo del Toro, he takes so much influence from the directors that he loves. I mean, his new Frankenstein movie is going to be so gothic, it's going to be unreal. It's going to be so unreal. He's going to take so much from like James Whale and other directors and whatnot. But yeah, let's go to the 39 Steps. So, the 39 Steps, a Canadian visiting London is embroiled in a foreign espionage after harboring a woman on the run who is subsequently murdered. We've got an audio commentary by Kim Newman and Barry Forshaw, audio commentary by Marion Keene, new interview with film critic Neil Sinyard, interview with Matthew Sweet, introduction by critic Charles Barr, introduction by actor Tony Curtis, on location, 39 Steps, Lux Radio Theater, the 39 Steps, which is a 1937 radio adaptation starring Robert Montgomery and Ida Lupino. Wow. That's quite a nice package there. Let's see, 39 Steps. I've always liked this movie, 39 Steps. Like I said, it's one of the earlier Alfred Hitchcock films that I watched, one of the early ones that I owned. I've watched it so many times. I find it so rewatchable as well because it's quick and breezy and easy, and it's very much his first go around for North by Northwest. You could say that North by Northwest is kind of a remake of this movie. In many, many ways. Wrong man scenario, getting caught up in something that is way out of your hands and out of your control, but you got to deal with it. It's got conspiracy and espionage, all kinds of stuff. So the Criterion had that audio commentary by Marion Keene. Hitchcock, the early years, a documentary, original footage from British broadcaster Mike Scott's 1966 television interview with Alfred Hitchcock, complete broadcast of the Lux Radio Theater adaptation with Ida Lupino and Robert Montgomery, new visual essay by Hitchcock scholar Leonard Jeff, audio excerpts from Francois Truffaut and Alfred Hitchcock. So once again, yeah, some new stuff, some old stuff when it comes to this from Imprint. So that is it for Hitchcock, Alfred Hitchcock, the early years, Volume 1, 1931 to 1935, from Imprint. Yeah, these are coming out in August, I should specify. And next, and last but certainly not least, is early Alfred Hitchcock. This should have been titled Early Alfred Hitchcock, but this is titled The Hitchcock 9, which is super cool. That's a super cool title because it is his first 9 movies. You see what they did there? So these movies are all silent films, by the way. All came out in the 1920s. The Pleasure Garden, The Lodger, The Ring, Downhill, The Farmer's Wife, Easy Virtue, Champagne, The Manx Man, and Blackmail. Now, these movies are the ones that have been laboring in the public domain for many, many years. When I first started collecting Alfred Hitchcock stuff, you could buy public domain DVD versions of all of these movies, and they would look terrible. I still have them somewhere. They're long off my shelf because we've since gotten better versions of some of these movies. Now we're getting even better versions of these movies. But yeah, The Pleasure Garden specifically has been tough to find in decent quality for many, many years. I know that. Some of these have gotten Blu-ray releases. For example, in that BFI set that I was just talking about, some of them are in there. For example, The Ring, The Ring, Farmer's Wife, Champagne, The Manx Man, and Blackmail are all in that BFI set. What is interesting is that even with both of these sets, you're still missing some Alfred Hitchcock films. Juno and the Paycock is not in this set, and it's not in the other set. Also, Murder, the movie Murder with an exclamation point, is not in either of these Imprint sets either, but it is in this BFI set. And it has been released individually from Kino as well. So has Blackmail. Interesting. I just found that interesting. So these are not complete sets, but they are comprehensive. Yeah. So let's see. I do have some comments here I got to keep up on. Let's see. Adam Schofield says 39 Steps is so racy in all terms of the word. Okay, yeah, there are some racy moments. Now, racy for 1930s standards. And yeah, there is a moment where the two people who are on the run. Isn't it Robert Donat? Yeah, it's like Robert Donat and this woman. I forgot the actress's name. They're on the run and they're like escaping through the rainstorm, and they end up kind of like um they have to like no, I wouldn't say shack up together, but they end up having to stay together at like this small inn or something. And there's this one scene where they're taking off their wet clothes, and it's a little racy for the time, if you will. Yeah, I believe that's what you're talking about. Um, yeah, I think so as well. That's what I was. Yeah, so that's kind of the raciness of it, a little bit. Um, and then and then absolutely, I mean racy in terms of sexy and pace. Yes, that's what I was getting at. There's like some little like, and Hitchcock has always been playing with that. He's always been slowly pushing that envelope in terms of introducing sexual elements into his films. With obviously when he got by the time he got to Hollywood, the Hays Code was already in place, so he couldn't do a lot of the things that he probably wanted to do. So he had to hide it. He had to hide it. The movie I bring this up all the time. The movie Rope is so homoerotic, it's unbelievable. You know what I mean? In North by Northwest, the dialogue between Cary Grant and Eva Marie Saint has so many sexual innuendos in it. It's so obvious. It's so obvious. Of course, we have the shower scene in Psycho where he couldn't show a woman taking a shower. Everything had to be implied about the nudity and things like that. The movie of Psycho opens with Eva Marie Saint in her undergarments. You know what I mean? So he was always kind of pushing the envelope in terms of all of those things. I mean, there's a woman, I mean, Rear Window is all about voyeurism. Voyeurism is kind of a seedy thing. It's very much a seedy thing, even to this day. So Alfred Hitchcock was always pushing those envelopes, always pushing that. Um, Adam Schofield also says Network released some early ones as well. I think, yeah, you're right. The UK has paid way more attention to releasing good quality early Alfred Hitchcock stuff than we've gotten here in the US. I should probably specify that. When I initially say those things, I'm talking specifically about US, region A releases. Um, and then Ab Schofield specifies on blue, which is right. I think there are some still missing Hitchcock from the 20s. Yeah, so these sets, while massive and comprehensive, aren't everything. They're not complete sets. But it's still pretty impressive to get all these together. Hitchcock was kinky. He was. He was. Yeah, I mean, he was. Um, so speaking of which, let's move on. Let's talk about the Hitchcock 9. I'm not going to go through all of these individually. 9 movies is a lot to go through, and I haven't seen all of these. So I may not delve into them. I do want to point out a couple here. First of all, the Pleasure Garden. We just mentioned about kind of him pushing the envelope in terms of raciness and sexiness and things like that. This movie's called The Pleasure Garden. You know what I mean? A selfish London chorus girl's relentless pursuit of pleasure leads to a point where it nearly causes her death. Yeah, it's a chorus girl, but you can kind of put more pieces together than that. I do want to say, just because some of these are getting some decent releases, let's see. Solo piano score by composer Neil Brand. Theater organ score by Lee Irwin. New audio commentary by editor of Hitchcock Annual Sidney Gottlieb. Introduction by film historian Charles Barr. New interview with BFI silent film curator Brioni Dixon. And new Neil Brand on his score for The Pleasure Garden. Excuse me. Then you have The Lodger. Now, The Lodger has a Criterion release, and I jumped for joy when that finally got released because I wanted it for so long. And I think this is such a great Alfred Hitchcock film. It's a pseudo him doing a Jack the Ripper type of story. And it's great. I just want to get a list of the special features here for that. Okay, so what's interesting, let's see, let me go back. So A rash of murders evokes a family's suspicions about their tenant, a man fascinated with their beautiful daughter. So yeah, they take in like a border tenant or something like that. Like they have a room for rent, and they take in this guy, and this guy is creepy as all heck. There is a shot in this movie. It's one of the greatest shots I've ever seen in cinema. If you guys got to check it out. It's the introduction of this character. They open the door and this guy's wearing a scarf and it's covering like half of his face, and it's a magic shot. It's so incredible. And this guy already gives off creepy vibes, and there's been this rash of murders that is happening, and it's young women, I believe, that are being murdered. So it's like a Jack the Ripper story. um and yeah, there's this great shot in this which blows my mind how he did this to this day, where I think the camera faces up on the ceiling and the characters pacing back and forth, and the ceiling becomes transparent and you see just like the actor walking. And to pull this shot off in the 1920s is unreal. There's no CGI back then. There's no computer work that you can do to make this shot happen. It's just some stunning in camera effect works that you really have to marvel at. So this movie is definitely probably the most well-known Alfred Hitchcock silent film. It's definitely the one that's gotten the most attention over the years when it comes to physical media releases. 1080p high presentation on Blu-ray, orchestral score by composer Paul Zaza, orchestral score by Ashley Irwin, contemporary orchestral score by Nitin Sawhney, performed by the London Symphony Orchestra, live orchestral score by Graham Reynolds. So you've got one, two, three, four different audio scores for this movie that you can choose from. There's a new audio commentary by Kim Newman and Barry Forshaw, a new audio commentary by film historian Patrick McGilligan. The Sound of Silence, The Making of the Lodger. Peter Bogdanovich interviews Alfred Hitchcock and Truffaut audio. Suspense, The Lodger, which is a 1940 adaptation, directed by Hitchcock himself. Hollywood Star Time, The Lodger, 1946 radio adaptation, starring Vincent Price. Okay, that's pretty awesome. Mystery in the Air, The Lodger, 1947 radio adaptation, starring Peter Lorre, Agnes Moorehead, and Henry Morgan. Man, when I told you this gets a lot of love. This gets a lot of love. Scoring The Lodger with Nitin Sawhney. Introduction by Charles Barr. Yeah, restoration companion. Now for the Criterion, it got a 2K restoration. It's got a new score by Neil Brand. Downhill, which is another silent film, got included as a special feature for the Criterion release, which got a 2K restoration. I completely forgot about that. A new interview with film scholar William Rothman, new video essay by film historian Stephen Jacobs, excerpts from the Truffaut Hitchcock audio, radio adaptation of The Lodger from 1940, a new interview with Brand on composing for the silent film. Okay. So not quite as luxurious as a special features package as the subsequent Imprint release. Keep in mind that larger Blu-ray release has got to be over a decade old. I think that's got to be quite a while. Let's see. Adam Schofield also says Blackmail was groundbreaking for sound, but also foreshadows what was to come. Yes, if I remember, that movie was dealing with a lot of color stuff. You get an early prototype of what he would do in Vertigo. I think was from not from Blackmail. It was from another film. I'm getting these confused. Maybe it wasn't Blackmail. Let's see which ones I actually watched. Let's see. Ba-ba-ba-bum. I think it was Downhill. I think it was Down. Yeah, I think it was Downhill where he used kind of the Vertigo color changing effects to show somebody's kind of mind deteriorating or becoming unhinged. Let's see. But so we've got The Ring. The Ring is a boxing movie. Let's see. You get a bunch of different score options with this one too as well. Small jazz ensemble score by Neil Brand, solo piano score by Antonio Coppola, solo piano score by Xavier Bertholo, new interview with film historian Melanie Williams, Neil Brand on the score for The Ring, a knockout score, Neil Brand on The Ring, um, Truffaut, Hitchcock audio intro by director, film historian Noel Solo, Downhill, yeah. So a sixth form schoolboy is expelled in disgrace after being suspected and accused of theft. However, when he is found innocent, what path will his life take? Interesting. Yet again, two score options: solo piano score by John Sweeney, orchestral score by Christopher Henrod, new interview with film scholar Ian Christie, intro by Charles Barr. The Farmer's Wife. After his daughter's wedding, a lonely widowed farmer decides it is time to remarry, but his search for a new wife proves disastrous. Oh boy. Solo piano score, solo piano and digital keyboard score by John C. Marsalis. Solo piano score by Neil Brand. Orchestral score by Xavier Bertholo. Hitch in the Countryside. Neil Brand on The Farmer's Wife. Hitchcock Truffaut audio extract from the BEHP interview with Ronald Neame. Intro by director Noel Solo. Easy Virtue. Champagne. The Max Man. I'm not going to go through all of these. Sorry, guys. There is a bonus disc here that I do want to mention. It's called, and there's a documentary called I Am Alfred Hitchcock from 2021. I do want to talk about this. A seminal figure in the world of cinema, Alfred Hitchcock produced some of the most famous films ever made. I Am Alfred Hitchcock delves deep into the man behind the camera, exploring his infamous controlling personality and his complex, fascinating relationship with his family and his muses. A genius director whose legacy in cinema casts a long shadow and continues to inspire. We learned what influenced him and how this eccentric outsider tore up the rule book and became a legend of film. Um, yeah. Special features on this disc here is Becoming Alfred Hitchcock, The Legacy of Blackmail documentary, more special features to come, I guess. But yeah, I didn't want to go through all of these. I didn't get to see all of them, so it's just me kind of reading off stuff. But it's called the Hitchcock 9, 1925 to 1929. A 9 discs, I'm assuming a 9 disc set. Yeah, looks like 9 discs to me. Actually, 10 discs. Let me see. Yeah, 10 discs because it has that bonus documentary at the end. Okay. Yep. All of these are coming out in August. Let me just quickly run these down again. Um, we've got Cinema of Powell and Pressburger Collection 1, 1939 to 1947, 39 Steps and Lady Vanishes double feature from the 1970s, 1978, 1979. Hitchcock, The Early Years, Volume 1, 1931 to 1935. Hitchcock 9, 1925 to 1929, all coming in August. And there is one television release that is Alfred Hitchcock related. I'm going to slip this in here. We don't get to talk about TV too much on here, but I thought that this would be appropriate. So, the Alfred Hitchcock Hour, Season 1, 1962. So, what that is that many of us are aware of the Alfred Hitchcock Presents TV series. So it switched from being a half-hour program to an hour-long program in 1962. And this is the first season of that. Imprint has been doing some really great television work with classic TV shows. They're kind of unsung heroes when it comes to that. I've been a huge advocate for classic TV shows getting nice Blu-ray releases for many, many years, and they've apparently listened to me because that's what they're doing. They've got season sets of Bewitched. They've got seasons 1 and 2, seasons 3 and 4, and seasons 5 and 6 of Bewitched now available on Blu-ray. They have the complete series of I Dream of Jeannie, which I absolutely love. They are a little expensive, and this Alfred Hitchcock hour-long show set is no exception to that. It is rather expensive. The Alfred Hitchcock Hour Season 1, it is rather expensive. I'm not going to lie to you guys there. But I guess you pay for quality? I guess that's the case. You pay for quality? So that is it from Imprint. A lot to go through. Let's see what we're doing here for time. Okay, we're about the 2-hour mark. That makes a lot of sense. let's see what else we've got here. Second Sight. So let's go over to our buddies over at Second Sight. I'm gonna leave Criterion up, close the um close the tab of Imprint. Now we go over to Second Sight. Second Sight has two announcements. Two announcements for August. Now, also with Second Sight, their release of The Nice Guys just came out. For those of you who have got it, first of all, how is it? Because I don't have my copy yet. Second of all, it looks fantastic. Like my former co-host and now kind of producer, Steven, got his copy, and it looks so damn good. Looks so damn cool. Got to get my copy of that. Also, the two movies that they announced, or the two releases rather, because it's not just movies. The Innkeepers getting a limited edition 4K UHD release, and the Pusher Trilogy is getting a limited edition 4K UHD release. Those are the early films. Well, yeah, the first two are. Those are the films by Nicholas Winding Refn. The second film primarily stars Mads Mikkelsen, which many of you will know now because he's a much bigger star than he was when he was doing these movies. And I have wanted high quality releases of these movies for years. When it comes to the US, just US Region A stuff, there's been no Blu-ray releases. There's been nada. The only thing we got have been DVDs, and the only thing that we got recently, by recently I mean within the last 2 years, is that in Australia, they put out a Pusher Trilogy release from Umbrella. So Umbrella's been the only one who's put these movies out on Blu-ray, at least in a form that I can get here. That's been it. So the Pusher Trilogy now has an Australian release through Umbrella, which those are Region A. You can play them here. And then now we've got this Region B. Well, I guess you can say Region Free because 4K is Region Free. But the Pusher Trilogy now. Let me delve into. If you haven't seen these movies, I kind of don't want to spoil them for you. I think you have to experience Nicholas Winding Refn's work for yourself. I know he's not for everyone. I know that. Definitely his movie Only God Forgives, not for everyone. I can say that. But I really like these movies. So it's a 3-disc UHD box set. It's going to be one of the thicker box sets. I'm trying to see if I have one around. I've been moving my collection around a lot lately, so everything is kind of spread out. So I don't think I've got any Second Sight near me. No, they're all on the shelf. But it's going to be their thicker box set release of Pusher, Pusher 2, and Pusher 3. So Pusher 1, or the first Pusher, a gang of mid-level criminals navigate Copenhagen's gritty underworld after a drug deal goes wrong. It kind of centers around one character. And then the second film also, actually each film centers around really one character. First film centers around one character, I think portrayed by, is it Kim Bania? I think so. Then the second film, Pusher 2, had Mads Mikkelsen's character, who you see a little bit in the first film. The second film is his story. Fresh from jail, a criminal vows to leave his past behind following the birth of his first child, but getting out of the life isn't so easy when you're born into it. That's Mads Mikkelsen's character. Pusher 3, an aging drug dealer and addict, struggles to come to terms with his life choices while a new criminal starts making waves in the underworld. So this third film stars or is centered around actually one of the main like drug dealer gangster guys who you see in both the first and second film. So it carries over to the third. That's how these are all connected. They're all in the same world. These characters have interacted with one another at some point. But for special features, new 4K restorations by director Nicholas Winding Refn, features Dolby Atmos and original stereo audio mixes, new audio commentary with Nicholas Winding Refn and Peter Bradshaw for Pusher, new commentary with Refn and Catherine Shord for Pusher 2, new audio commentary with Nicholas Winding Refn and Alan Jones for Pusher 3, a Gambler feature-length documentary, and then Danish director Paul Nerup's 1960s trilogy of youth films in 4K restorations. Okay. Mellem Venner, Callgirl, Centralen, and Steinbrunns. sharing a kinship with the Pusher trilogy in their uncompromising depiction of marginalized lives. Nicholas Winding Refn dedicated Pusher 3 to the director. And then, of course, you get the rigid slipcase, 120-page book with the essays. You get 5 collectible art cards, stuff like that. Yeah, the 4K is region free and the Blu-ray is region B locked. Yes, region B locked. Okay. Big release for me personally. I did not get the Umbrella release. Probably going to get this release. I'm definitely going to say that. I've always been a big fan of reference work. Ever since Drive, I think Drive was a big thing for many of us. One of my biggest regrets as a collector, is not getting the the release of Drive from Second Sight. Uh, I wasn't aware of just how amazing that set is until it was long gone. You can still technically find it now on eBay, places like that, but it is very expensive to find it in good condition. You know what I mean? Because if you're going to spend a lot of money, you want something that's in really, really great condition. You don't want to spend a lot of money on things that have like, dented corners or tears or are missing items or something like that. You know what I mean? You want to make sure that when you're spending money on collecting something that you're passionate about, you want to make sure you get maximum value for it, personal value, really. I mean, for me, it's all about personal value. I don't plan on selling anything. I'm not that type of collector where I buy things to sell. That's just I'm too sentimental, I guess. Too sentimental. That's probably why I have so many multiple copies of things. I can't get rid of them. So, The Innkeepers, an underrated horror film, in my opinion. This is, uh, yeah, this is the indie horror film from many years ago. I think 2011. Let me see. The Innkeepers. I haven't seen it in many, many years. Yes, 2011. Directed by Ty West. Ty West, whom everybody knows now for doing the X trilogy, I guess you could say. You know, the Pearl, yeah, the X trilogy, X, Pearl, and Maxine. But of course, before then, he did the House of the Devil, and the Innkeepers as well. So let me see what we got here for description. 2 employees at a rundown inn are desperate to prove the building is haunted before it gets closed down. Unfortunately for them, they may just get what they've wished for. Yeah, don't go looking around for stuff. Don't go looking around for stuff. Dual format edition includes both UHD and Blu-ray with main feature and bonus features on both discs. New Second Sight Films 4K restoration approved by director Ty West. UHD presentation in HDR with Dolby Vision. Audio commentary with writer, director, and editor Ty West. Producers Larry Fessenden and Peter Falk. And sound designer Graham Resnick. Audio commentary with Ty West and actors Sarah Paxton and Pat Healy. A Lasting Memory, a new interview with Ty West. Let's Make This Good, a new interview with Pat Healy. Our Dysfunctional World, a new interview with Larry Fessenden. Living in the Process, a new interview with director of photography Elliot Rocket. Cast a Wide Net, a new interview with composer Jeff Grace. A Validating Moment, a new interview with line producer Jacob Jafke. And then The Innkeepers Behind the Scenes. So this has been released on Blu-ray before. It's not like making a premiere or anything like that. It's just getting a super deluxe version of this movie, Rigid slipcase with new artwork by Nick Charge, 120-page book with essays, 6 collectible art cards, the whole 9 yards. You know these sets by now. Highly collectible, beautiful on your shelf. Take up a lot of space on your shelf. But that is the August releases from Second Sight, both coming out on August 25th. 4K UHD limited edition of the Pusher trilogy. Oh, I can't wait. And then the Innkeepers getting a 4K UHD limited edition as well. Good stuff. Good stuff from Second Sight. I gotta get a few of their releases actually. Now that I'm like revamping my collection or reorganizing my collection, now is the time to get some of the thicker sets. I still need to get It Follows. I still need to get they did one for the Blair Witch Project. They did one for a couple of. They did that the Cronenberg release too, which I'm completely blanking on. They did one for Possessor. Um, yeah, there's so many second sight releases that I need to get. They're expensive though. I'm not gonna lie to you guys out there. They are expensive. So this is the time where you got to ask yourself, do you want to spend a lot of money for just one movie? That's the big second sight question. How much do you like this movie, and how much is this edition valuable to you for you to spend so much money on getting it? Um, yeah, for me there were some that were no brainers, like The Hitcher, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I mean, those were even Martin was another one that I think was kind of a no brainer, because it's George A. Romero. Uh, but some of these other ones, you have to ask yourself, what is? Let's see. Um, so that was Second Sight. Let's see what else I have here in my um. Yeah, I want to see what else I have here in my notes. So, Crimes of the Future was the Cronenberg film. I could not remember it to save my life. I know Cronenberg has a new film that came out this year that got a really small theatrical release, The Shrouds. I think it just made its way to like digital rental. I have to give that a watch. But let me check my. Let me go to Kino, and I know I have Kino to do. Let's see, Kino, and then a Kino, Severin, Eureka, and a and then I think one or two like individual releases, and then we'll go to Criterion. Okay, so let me go to Kino. Yeah, I got to go over to the Kino Facebook page. I did not bring it up yet, which I usually do. Kino had a lot of things that were just kind of announcing things we already knew about. Some new things here and there, which we will get into. Let me scroll down to where we left off last time. Where did we leave off? Nope. Nope. Oh, keep going. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to start with this. So, Kino is putting out a double feature of pre-code classics. Now, I don't think I've mentioned this here before on Chasing Labels, or if I have, I haven't mentioned it enough. I love pre-code Hollywood cinema. The pre-code stuff basically being stuff from the 20s into the early 30s. Even like, yeah, and specifically that sound era stuff from like 1928, 1929, all the way up to about 1933, 34-ish. That is kind of the pre-code good stuff era. Where are my pre-codes? There they are. I got these pre-code sets. I bring these up every time I talk pre-code. These TCM archive sets that were put out along with Warner Brothers. You've got Forbidden Hollywood Collections, Volume 1, 2, and 3. They did a bunch of these actually. But I've got the first 3. So you got Volume 1 here. And Volume 1, which has like Babyface, Redheaded Woman, Waterloo Bridge. I would love for some of these to get Blu-ray releases. I don't know if that's ever going to happen. I don't think any of these have Blu-ray releases yet, even individually. So you've got Forbidden Hollywood Volume 1. Here's Forbidden Hollywood Volume 2, which has the Divorcee, a free soul, 3 on a match, female, and then Night Nurse. I don't know if 3 on a match has a Blu-ray release or if Night Nurse does. But that's Volume 2. And then you've got Volume 3, which are all William Wellman films. You've got Other Men's Woman, The Purchase Price, Frisco Jenny, Midnight Mary, and Heroes for Sale. And that is Volume 3. And they did a bunch of other ones that were, I think, straight to like made-on-demand DVDs, essentially. You can buy them. I still need to get them, actually. Just so I can complete this little collection here. But these 3 were available in stores. I think I bought one of these, like at Barnes & Noble, actually. I think Volume 1 or Volume 2 I had to buy on eBay. I think with Volume 1 I had to buy. But these have been around for many, many years. They reissued these in just standard DVD cases as well, so you may find them there. But if you want like pre-Hollywood stuff, like this is a pretty good place to go right off the bat. Um, but Kino is releasing a double feature of pre-code Hollywood classics, or pre-code classics as they're saying. And the two films are Confessions of a Co-Ed from 1931 and Ladies of the Big House from 1931. Both movies are 75, 76 minutes long, super short. Early in her legendary career, the luminous Sylvia Sidney starred in these two passion-packed pre-code melodramas, Confessions of a Co-Ed from 1931. Through the intimate pages of her diary, Patricia Harper, Sylvia Sidney, calls her scandalous time at a co-ed Stafford college. She becomes pregnant by the man she loves, but when circumstances prevent their union, she's forced to make a devastating choice. Featuring a rare appearance by Bing Crosby and his musical Rhythm Boys, ladies of the that is uh, Confessions of a Co-ed. And then you've got Ladies of the Big House. Young florist Kathleen Storm, Sylvia Sidney, tries to save her husband, Gene Raymond, from the electric chair after both are sent to prison for a murder they did not commit. So her husband has been framed for murder, and she's trying to prove his innocence while also being in prison for being framed as well. And so, an interesting film. The first film is rather scandalous because it's dealing with things of the time that are considered incredibly scandalous to depict in movies. Um, one is obviously premarital sexual stuff, getting pregnant and not being married. An unwed mother, if you will. That's super scandalous for the 1930s. The second film is dealing with like murder and you know, like um organized crime corruption, police corruption, and stuff like that. Um, Good pre-code stuff. I really dug it. Sylvia Sidney, underrated director. Sylvia Sidney worked all the. It says it right here. She worked with Fritz Lang and she worked with Tim Burton. Sylvia Sidney is in Mars Attacks. Just putting that out there. She was in pre-code 1931 uh, pre-code dramas, and she was in Mars Attacks. Unbelievable career. Unbelievable stuff. But for special features here, brand new HD masters from 4K scans for both movies, I assume. New audio commentaries by film historian David Delval and film historian slash archivist Stan Schaffer or Schaefer. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. I'm not gonna. I bring this movie up too many times. The Great Gatsby is getting a single release. It's in one of the noir sets as well. But this is The Great Gatsby from 1949. I've talked about this movie so much. Starring Alan Ladd. Um, yeah, it's yeah. I think Alan Ladd is Gatsby. Yeah, he stars as Gatsby, and it's a Great Gatsby adaptation. It's gotten a Blu-ray release from Imprint. It's getting a Blu-ray release in one of the film noir box sets from Kino, and an individual release as well. But next up here is a movie that's also gotten an Imprint release too, and that is Save the Tiger, the film starring Jack Lemmon from 1973. Jack Lemmon won an Oscar for this film. This movie is directed by John G. Avildsen, who would go on to direct Rocky and The Karate Kid. This is an interesting release. Unfortunately, it does not have the same special features as the Imprint release, which really kind of upsets me a little bit. It does have a brand new HD master from a 4K scan. It's got an audio commentary by John G. Avildsen and the writer-producer Steve Shargan. New audio commentary by film historian and author Dwayne Epstein, but it's missing a bunch of other stuff from Imprint, which is unfortunate because this is a really, really good movie. It's it's Jack Lemmon and it's an Oscar-winning film from him, and I kind of want a complete edition of it. Let me see what it's missing. So yeah, and the Imprint release is technically out of print, which kind of sucks. So let's see, you get that same audio commentary from John G. Avildsen. There's a new audio commentary by Daniel Kramer that's not on the Kino release. Ammo for Shooting Clouds, John G. Avildsen Before Rocky, which is a video essay by Daniel Kramer. Excuse me, not on the Kino release. There's an interview with Lloyd Kaufman from Trauma. That's not on the Kino release. It's all just good acting. Interview with actress Laurie Heineman. That's not on the Kino release. And there's an interview with Jack Lemmon from 1973, not on the Kino release. So kind of disappointing that they couldn't get those special features. Um, yeah, but the movie's great. But the movie's great. Jack Lemmon plays Harry Stone, a man caught in violent collision with his past and present life. He believes there is nothing significant in his life except survival, and that instinct pushes him beyond moral conduct. He'll juggle the books to supply women for clients and even set fire to his own dress manufacturing factory. He is drawn to an American when life is not only He's drawn to an America where life not only had values and heroes, it all seemed worth living and building, but Harry is frightened to break away from the emptiness of his seemingly successful life. Yeah. It's a man dealing with a lot of self conflict, external conflict. He's a man longing for a past that no longer exists, that he's trying to hold on to. It's like he's trying to hold on to a phantom or a ghost of a past that's so far gone. Um, it's a really, I think Jack Lemmon's a great actor. Really, he was a man who I think could do so much, and he did so much in his career. Um, yes, he did. Adam Schofield says it best. Jack Lemmon played sweaty and desperate so well, very much so. If you've seen Glengarry Glen Ross, um, you know what I'm saying. Very desperate in that movie because he's trying to sell something like over the phone. You don't get much more desperate than that than people trying to sell you stuff over the phone. Adam Schofield also says, I would love to see Save the Tiger again. It's been so long. I watched it a few years ago when the imprint release came out. What is interesting is I had actually bought a copy of it, and then the seller who I had bought it from messaged me saying that it was no longer available. So that was unfortunate. Um, like I said, because that imprint release has good special features. Now, I think the Kino release may have a better transfer. So yet again, a little here, a little there in terms of what you want. Do you want the good special features or the better transfer? What do you want? And that is very much sometimes the case when it comes to the comparing an imprint release with a later Kino release. The imprint releases typically will have transfers and picture quality from older masters, while the Kino releases will have newer masters, newer transfers, but the imprint release has the better special features, and the Kino has different special features and sometimes lesser special features. So you're stuck. You're stuck between two worlds as a collector with OCD or a collector who wants the perfect edition of everything. There is no single perfect edition. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So let's see. I'm gung ho for gung ho. Yeah, we're gonna Acres of Movies. We're gonna talk about gung ho very soon, because I talked about it way back when it was announced a year ago. Gung Ho was announced coming out on Blu-ray, I think like last June. Like it was announced forever ago. So let's move on from Save the Tiger, which is coming out August 12th. Next, we've got Xanadu. Now, this movie has a reputation. I had heard of this movie, never seen it before. Then I watched it and I was like, okay, I understand why Xanadu has the reputation that it does. Xanadu, as well as another film I can't remember, was the inspiration for the Razzie Awards. For those of you who know what the Razzie Awards are, you understand what I'm saying. So we have the Oscars, which is supposed to celebrate the best in cinema of a specific year, like the best movies, best actors, directors, writing, etc., while the Razzies are the opposite. They I guess you could say celebrate the worst of the year. And I guess Xanadu was so bad that it inspired them creating the Raspberry Awards. The Golden Raspberry Awards, as the official title is called. But Xanadu has created a bit of a cult following over the years. It's also been turned into a Broadway musical that's been rather successful. The movie stars Olivia Newton-John And Gene Kelly, of all people, goodness gracious, this was Gene Kelly's last film. This came out in 1980. This is getting a 4K UHD release with a ton of special features. Well, not really a ton, more like 3 audio commentaries. I should probably temper my expectations. So, 4K UHD release of Xanadu, Disc 1, brand new HDR Dolby Vision Master from a 4K scan of a 35mm original camera negative. New audio commentary by director Robert Greenwald, moderated by filmmaker Douglas Hosdale. New audio commentary by filmmaker Jennifer Clymer and film historian Nathaniel Thompson. New audio commentary by film historians David Del Val and Christoph Charles. New audio commentary by film historian Sam Deegan. So 4 audio commentaries. Sorry, 4 of them. That's on the 4K UHD disc, and then the Blu-ray disc has those 4 audio commentaries and the movie as well, but also has Making Xanadu, 1980 making of the musical fantasy movie, Going Back to Xanadu, a 2009 documentary with the cast and crew, 5 TV spots, 17 radio spots, goodness gracious, and then of course the trailers as well. If you've never seen the movie Xanadu, the movie is 96 minutes long, and 20 minutes of it is maybe plot stuff. The rest is just musical numbers and choreography and all of that stuff. I will say this. The soundtrack of this movie is great. The dancing, the choreography, the set pieces is fantastic. The problem with this movie is, like I said, there is maybe 20 something minutes of plot in this whole movie. And the plot is kind of wild, kind of unhinged, way underwritten, and almost damn near non-really existent. So you've got this painter who does like concept, who paints like album covers for vinyl records, right? Step into the magical world of superstars Olivia Newton-John and Gene Kelly as they take you through one of the most extraordinary musicals in beloved film. Xanadu. Newton-John is Kira, a beautiful muse sent from up above to inspire a struggling artist, Michael Beck from The Warriors, and help motivate him to open a roller disco. You get it. You got it. So, yeah, that's her purpose. She's a muse sent by gods to inspire Michael Beck and Gene Kelly to start a roller disco called Xanadu. The problem is Michael Beck doesn't have a lot of good, what's the word I'm looking for? Charm, enthusiasm. Like he's not right for this role at all, especially opposite Gene Kelly and Olivia Newton-John, who are just like really magnetic on screen. Like Olivia Newton-John is lit in this film like an angel. Like she is ecstatic, she's bright, she's vibrant, she's gorgeous, she's singing up a storm, she's amazing. And Michael Beck is the exact opposite. He is kind of a stiff piece of wood out there, like a wet piece of tissue in the ocean. He's not really great, which kind of sucks. Because the core of the movie is supposed to be a romance between these two characters, but it's tough when one's great and one's not. And the romance is super underwritten. The whole movie is underwritten beyond belief. It's just here for the soundtrack. Like if you were to just listen to the soundtrack of this movie, you're gonna have a great time. If you don't like musicals, don't watch this movie. But yeah, it's a unique film. Gene Kelly, man, he even at his age at that time, like I said, it's his last movie. He's still great in it. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Adam Schofield says Xanadu has trashy charm with a budget. Yeah, I will say this: the sequences of the dancing and the singing and all that's where all the budget went. Adam Schofield just screaming Xanadu. Yeah, it's a title song. I've seen it back in the day, would gladly watch again. It seemed insane at the time. That's what Adam Schofield says. It's insane now. And then, okay, would watch again only for the music and Olivia Newton-John. And to be honest, Adam Schofield, that's the reason to watch. That's the reason to watch this movie. Is for them. But And yeah, I can imagine what it's going to look like in 4K and UHD. It's probably going to look very beautiful. I haven't seen Grease in 4K. Grease was another, musical of that time. Of course, Olivia Newton-John was in there with John Travolta as well. I haven't seen Saturday Night Fever as well. I've still got to get that 4K. That reminds me, I've got to get that. I don't own that movie at all. I know Staying Alive got a 4K release, I think, from Kino. Um, as opposed to, I think, Saturday Night Fever got a 4K release from, I think, Paramount straight up. It was another one of those situations where Paramount is like, we will release the first movie that everybody knows and loves, and a boutique label can have the sequel. They did it with Wayne's World. They did it with they just did it with Tommy Boy and Black Sheep. They put out Tommy Boy and they gave Kino Black Sheep. Like, there you go. Here's the other Chris Farley film that people don't like as much. Yeah, so it's one of those situations. But Xanadu is fascinating to me. I wouldn't mind picking up Xanadu if it was on sale. If it's one of those Kino sales, and you need a release to get you to like free shipping, pick up Xanadu. Or if you're a fan of Olivia Newton-John, and you're a fan of musicals, and you just love the music, there you go. What's interesting is I'm glad they turned it into a stage play musical, a Broadway musical, because that's how this film would definitely work best. Definitely work best. Similar to The Wiz. The Wiz is another one where, although The Wiz's story is kind of crazy too. Um, um, yeah, what's interesting, you have The Wiz, you got Grease, you got Xanadu. It's an interesting time for movie musicals. Interesting time. I just thinking about The Wiz because it just came out on Criterion, and I may get it during the sale because it's a Sidney Lumet film. I got to get all the Sidney Lumet films I can. Uh, but where was I? Oh yeah, Xanadu getting a 4K UHD release coming out August 19th. And now we are at Gung Ho. So, I talked about this, like I said, a year ago when it was announced. So we're finally getting a release date, which is August 19th. We're getting a list of special features for the movie. But what is this movie about? For those of you who don't remember, Michael Keaton stars in this movie. And this is 1986. So this was before Beetlejuice, before Batman. This was, I think, after Night Shift, right around Mr. Mom era. So he's still, a little comedy. He's doing comedy at that time. Michael Keaton shines as whip-smart Pennsylvanian wheeler dealer Hunt Stevenson in this rousing comedy by director Ron Howard. Um, when Hunt persuades a Japanese automotive firm to reopen his hometown's defunct auto factory, he's a hero. But when the Japanese hire him to enforce their policies among his American co-workers, he goes from hero to zero in seconds flat. It's manpower versus horsepower on the assembly line, salami versus sushi in the cafeteria, and a head-on cultural collision that's enough to upset the world's balance of laughter. So basically, you get a culture clash between Japanese business and American business in terms of the automotive industry. And Michael Keaton's character is kind of caught in the middle of it. He has a loyalty to his workers and the company that he's been working for and running, but he's got to do what these new bosses tell him to do, or else they're gonna close up the plant. And he's gonna be fired. All of his friends and people he knows will be fired, and all this kind of stuff. And you get this clash. I thought it was rather good. I actually rather like the movie. I believe, yeah, it's set in Western Pennsylvania, which I believe is where Michael Keaton is from. I think he's from Pittsburgh, isn't he? I just remember him going to a lot of Pittsburgh Pirates baseball games. But either way, he definitely, is really good in this role. There's a lot of like pre-Batman, pre-Beetlejuice roles that Michael Keaton is in that I don't think gets a lot of shine. Other than in Mr. Mom, which I think everybody brings up every time they talk about, pre-Batman, pre-Beetlejuice, Michael Keaton, all that stuff, they bring up Mr. Mom. But he did a bunch of other stuff too. I still think Night Shift is incredibly underrated. I still have to upgrade my DVD copy, but that Blu-ray from Warner Archive never goes on sale. It is always slightly out of the price I want to pay for it. Always is. But Night Shift is a great underrated Michael Keaton film as well. also another early Ron Howard film too. But for special features, we have a brand new HD master from a 4K scan of the 35 millimeter camera, original camera negative. New audio commentary by film historian and author Dwayne Epstein, Finding Common Ground. New interview with actor Getty Watanabe. Let's see. A big old movie. New interview with actor George Wendt. Wow, that's awesome. Um, I think George Wendt just passed away. Wow, so this was done before George Wendt passed away. 5.1 surround. Oh, and lossless 2.0. That's interesting. I thought it would have been a DTS track. I guess not. Dual layer BD50 disc and English subtitles. There you go. That's Gung Ho. Kind of an unsung 1980s Michael Keaton gem of a movie. Next, we've got I guess you could say a Blu-ray box set? Yeah. French Noir Collection 2. Rhine Virgin from 1953, starring Gene Gabin, directed by Giles Granger? Yeah, Granger. The Beast is Loose from 1959, starring Lino Ventura, directed by Maurice Labro. Trapped by Fear, 1960, starring Jean-Paul Belmondo, directed by Jacques Dupont. The Passion of Slow Fire, starring Jean Desailly, directed by Edward Molinaro. So this is another one of their noir box sets, except it's a French noir box set collection, and this is volume 2. So there was a volume 1, which I don't remember at all, but you got some pretty prominent French actors in here: Jean Gabin, Lino Ventura, and Jean-Paul Belmondo. It just says coming soon on Blu-rays. I have no idea when it's coming. Next is kind of a biggish one. Well, not really a biggish one, but actually it is. So coming soon on 4K UHD, brand new HDR and DV master is the movie 4 Rooms, starring many people you know and directed by many people you know. So Tim Roth, Bruce Willis, Antonio Banderas, Jennifer Beals, Madonna, Iona Sky, Marissa Tomei, Lily Taylor, Paul Calderon, Sammy Davis, Valerie Golino, Tamlin Tomita, Alicia Witt, David Proval, Mark Lawrence, Kathy Griffin, and Quentin Tarantino. Written and directed by Allison Anders, Alexander Rockwell, Robert Rodriguez, and Quentin Tarantino. So what you have here is a movie that's I believe there's 4 parts into this movie, all directed by these different directors and written by them as well, and starring these different actors. But the connective tissue throughout all of them is it all takes place, I believe, in a hotel on New Year's Eve, and you just follow this not concierge, but like a bellhop guy who's portrayed by Tim Roth, and he goes around to these different rooms with these eccentric characters that are doing eccentric things, and he kind of gets caught up in a bunch of shenanigans. I think at one point there's like a dead body or something. It's crazy wild stuff that's going on a New Year's Eve. I saw this movie many years ago on Netflix when it was streaming on there. It's been available on Blu-ray, I think before. I know it's been available on DVD. 4 Rooms, and I guess if you really want to complete your Quentin Tarantino and your Robert Rodriguez collection, you need to get this movie. So it's been available on Blu-ray in every other country but the United States and the UK. It's been available in Australia, it's been available in Germany, it's been available in Spain and Italy. Portugal even has one, jeez. But not in the US until now, or until soon, I guess. It's getting a 4K and getting a Blu-ray release, and that is the 4 Rooms. It's a fun little thing to watch. It's nice to watch it like around New Year's Eve. And yeah, it's I like it, but I gotta get it because I gotta complete my Quentin Tarantino and Robert Rodriguez sections. We got some other comment. We got another comment here. Adam Schofield says, "My theory on Batman '89 was that Keaton was up for the Joker. Nicholas turned up, and that role was over." Hey, that's a good theory. That's a good theory. I don't necessarily disavow it. I love how Jack Nick. Yeah, it's like what's crazy about that Jack Nicholson Joker role is it's Jack Nicholson kind of playing an unhinged, insane version of himself. That's always been my theory behind it. like the mannerisms, the way he talks, the jokes, the mean spiritedness sometimes, all of that is kind of just Jack Nicholson dialed up to like 11. Like it's just through the roof. That's always been my take with it. Um, yeah. But moving on from Four Rooms, we have the Coneheads is coming out. We've talked about the Coneheads. It's coming out August 19th, 4K UHD. This is a nostalgic movie from my childhood. I watched this when I was so young, renting the VHS tape. We got an audio commentary with Steve Barron and film historian Michael Felsher, consuming mass quantities, an interview with actress Michelle Burke. Yeah, and then we have a Garthok Narfled, an interview with monster creator Phil Tippett. Oh, that's awesome. Phil Tippett is a crazy dude, man. See, check out some of his work that he's done. Phil Tippett's a crazy dude. Um, but yeah, I really wish they would have gotten something with like Dan Aykroyd or something like that. But I understand. Um, he's probably expensive to get for an interview. August 19th, Coneheads, Happy Gilmore, another one from my childhood. This will be bought. I've been actually very tempted to pre-order this. So Happy Gilmore, of course, is also getting a sequel that's on Netflix this year. Happy Gilmore, I watched this so many times as a kid. If you grew up in the 90s, you watched Adam Sandler movies as a kid. Like I said, I was born in 87. My birthday just happened, 38 now. So you can imagine in the 90s, I was between the ages of 3 and 13. If you were in that range in the 90s, um, you watched Adam Sandler movies. You watched Happy Gilmore, Billy Madison, um, even his early 2000s comedies, things like Little Nicky, which I know people don't like at all. Um, uh, Mr. Deeds. I saw Mr. Deeds in the theater. Um, what was after Mr. Deeds? Oh, of course, you had The Wedding Singer, which was like 99. Um, yeah, Mr. Deeds, and then you had Big Daddy, which was more of a dramedy. And then he took a little break and did some more serious roles like Spanglish and Punch Drunk Love and stuff like that. And then he went back to comedy, of course. Adam Sandler did. Then he's done some drama recently with Uncut Gems, which I rewatched recently. Yeah, that's a fantastic movie. But Happy Gilmore, 4K UHD, 2 disc edition, HDR Dolby Vision Master from a 6K scan. Goodness Christ Almighty, of the EK original negative. New audio commentary by author and filmmaker Brian Connolly and Billy Gilmore podcast host Wilson Smith. On the Blu-ray, you get that same commentary plus 6 deleted scenes, outtakes, and that's it. Wow, so you just get a new commentary. No interview with Adam Sandler or any of his buddies or anything like that. Um, That's kind of unfortunate, but I understand. Special features are expensive to make. Adam Sandler can't be cheap. I know he makes a lot of money for when he does those Netflix movies. He makes a lot of money with those Netflix movies. Um, yeah. So Acres of Movies is chiming in on uh Gung Ho. So Acres of Movies, I love your program. Thanks. You're welcome. We're back here once again. Would you rather go on a roller coaster for Remo Williams or the Phantom? The Phantom. Easy answer there. He is less of a wheeler dealer and more of a leader of his workforce. He is an actual worker, not just a wheeler dealer. I believe he's talking about uh he as being Michael Keaton in Gung Ho. Michael Keaton in Gung Ho is an interesting character because he's from the workforce. He's not like a corporate guy who's always been a corporate guy. He's literally from the workforce, which gives him a personal kind of stake in things. Um, yeah, and Acres of Movie says, I love Gung Ho and have the VHS. What a terrific movie. Oh, that's cool. Whom is your favorite Red Sox player ever? That's a tough question. I like how Michael Keaton Hunt character in Gung Ho talks in the movie. So whom is your favorite Red Sox player ever? Is it too easy to say David Ortiz? Is it too easy? I think it is. It's David Ortiz for many reasons. The heroic moments are kind of legendary. Um, the Boston Red Sox have had a lot of legendary players going back throughout their history. Heck, Babe Ruth played for the Red Sox and won World Series with the Red Sox back in the day. I mean, you've got people like Carl Yastrzemski, you've got Jim Rice, Wade Boggs. In the 90s, you had like Mo Vaughn, and then you had Nomar Garcia Parra, Pedro Martinez, Manny Ramirez. And then you've had David Ortiz, and then over the last few years, you had some good players that were here and won some stuff. But David Ortiz did a lot of heroic moments that encapsulated my life in Boston sports history. The 2004 run, 2007, um, and then of course 2013 in the aftermath of the Boston Marathon bombings, um, stuff like that. So it's too easy to say David Ortiz. Like I think I've had I'm gonna go on a rant here. I need somebody to stop me. Um, when you win a championship in Boston, it's different than winning championships in other places. You are a legend forever, and you're like immortalized. Like, you know what I mean? You're immortalized in the culture. You're immortalized in the region. Um, it means a lot more here for a lot of people. There's a whole history that goes behind it. I get very passionate about the history of things. Let's see. Let's see. I have Acres of Movies asks, do you have a favorite The Two Jakes scene or sequence? I actually still haven't seen The Two Jakes, which is the sequel to Chinatown directed by Jack Nicholson. I'm probably going to end up buying this Kino release eventually, and that's how I'm going to end up watching the Two Jakes. Um, oh no, American sports. Oh no, Adam Schofield. Oh no, American sports. Um, I'll tell you this, Adam. I do know international sports a bit. My favorite English Premier League team is Everton, which is not great because they barely stay above relegation every year now, so they're no longer great. But my favorite English Premier League team is Everton. Um, so I follow them during the season and whatnot. It's tough here to follow non-American sports because they do not get a lot of exposure in the news cycle, on television, and all that kind of stuff. You really have to go and seek that stuff out. If you're an international sports fan, even international tournaments and things like that. Um, except when the World Cup comes around, the World Cup like permeates everything. The World Cup always, um, you know, gets a lot of exposure here. I just wish the United States would get things together eventually, in the international realm of soccer or football, however you call it, um, because there's always talent there. They just can never put it together. Um, that's a whole different story for a whole different time. But Acres of Movie says, as a critical thinking exercise, would Jack Nicholson have been good as Batman? Probably too old at the time. I think too old at the time. Especially for the Batman they were going for, because that was the shift. That mid to late 80s was the shift for Batman. I'm a big Batman fan. I have a whole comic book collection, and most of it's Batman. Um, and at that time, Batman was shifting to be more dark, more serious in the comics, in pop culture. Um, and Jack Nicholson, I don't know, he was too. I don't know if he could pull that off. Keaton pulled off that brooding very well. That brooding, serious Batman, just sitting in the cave, all that kind of stuff. Adam Schofield says, Everton, I support Liverpool or up the coast, Morecambe Shrimps. So Adam, you say Liverpool. My dad and brother just went to England in May. They went to England for 10 days, and they went to Arsenal and Liverpool game in Liverpool. And then they went to an Arsenal game in London. My brother is a big Arsenal fan, so they went to they wanted to see them play. So they went to Liverpool. They went to London, stayed there a few days, took the train up to Liverpool, and saw the Liverpool game. Stayed for like a day, saw like the Beatles Museum and Abbey Road, all that kind of like touristy stuff. Then went back down to London. Um, yeah, And so yeah, so they went to a Liverpool game, which was kind of cool. Liverpool gets a lot of things here. Favorite Portuguese foods, acres of movies. So boy, that's tough. Portuguese foods it's kind of tough because I don't know the Portuguese names of them. But um, there's th- there's this there's this essentially beer battered pork and potatoes, which is very very good. Um, there's also a lot of seafood dishes in Portuguese food. Portuguese make a really good kind of boiled potato and codfish dish, which is very very good. Um, the Portuguese bread and cheese, something plain like that is great. Um, there's a lot of other things. Stuffed quahogs is kind of Portuguese-ish. When you stuff the quahogs with like Portuguese meat as well as um oysters and stuff like that, that's all very good. Um, yeah, there's a lot of meat dishes and seafood dishes when it comes to Portuguese cuisine. Um, Adam Schofield says from that area, so like the Liverpool-ish area. Gotcha. Um, and then Adam Schofield goes, "Oh wow, great football mission." Yeah, yeah. I mean, by the point that they had gone there, the English Premier League, I think, was pretty much set. Like if Liverpool was ahead in points, so the game didn't really matter. It more mattered for like the other teams underneath. Like they were still battling out who was going to be second, third, fourth, fifth, basically that type of stuff. Um, but yeah, so yeah, I'm very much tapped into international types of things when it comes to sports. Always been a big sports fan. But let's see, where am I now when it comes to? Oh yes, so there's a two deeper cuts here. I guess you could say it says two from the vaults. There is Huckleberry Finn from 1931, and there is The Farmer's Daughter from 1940. Now, one is coming out August 12th, Huckleberry Finn, and the other is coming out August 19th, The Farmer's Daughter. Now, The Farmer's Daughter, I couldn't find to stream anywhere. You couldn't even rent this thing, it was impossible to find. So I didn't get to see it, but I did get to see Huckleberry Finn, and apparently, Huckleberry Finn um, is a follow up to a movie that came out, I think, the year before called Tom Sawyer. You could guess. So you got Tom Sawyer and then Huckleberry Finn. And this is like a pseudo adaptation adventure of the adventures of Huckleberry Finn. Not very faithful, I think, but it's fun nonetheless. Um, so in terms of special features for both of these, Huckleberry Finn, brand new HD master from 4K scan, new commentary by historian writer Julie Kurgo and writer filmmaker Peter Hankoff. The Farmer's Daughter is brand new HD master from 4K scan, and then a new audio commentary by film historian Farron Smith Neame. Um, Jackie Coogan was in Huckleberry Finn, kind of a prominent, well-known child actor. Heck, there's that whole Jackie Coogan law that exists because of Jackie Coogan. For those of you who don't know that, basically Jackie Coogan's parents stole all of his money that he made as a child actor, and now there is a law called the Jackie Coogan law, where I think I don't know if it's all the money that a child actor makes, or a or part of it. I don't know what it is actually. Where they take it and they put it in an account so that the parents can't steal it, essentially, or guardian can't steal it, or somebody can't steal it, or whatnot. Um, yeah, that's happened to a lot of child actors, where the parents basically just take all of their money and just use their children to make money. I mean, it happened with so many prominent child stars. Um, yeah, so that's two from the vault, and then next we've got a Jess Franco film. That's right, we're back to get everybody gets a Jess Franco film called The Vengeance of Dr. Mabuse. New audio commentary by film historian Troy Haworth and Nathaniel Thompson. Um, yeah, and it's another film in the Dr. Mabuse lexicon, if you will. Let me see if I can get a um synopsis of that. Let's see, where are you? That's a different movie. I'm just looking at my watch list on Letterboxd trying to find it. I know it's here somewhere. That's what happens when you have so many of these to watch. Where are you? Oh, there you are. I was looking in the wrong place. So, the vengeance of Dr. Mabuse. Dr. Mabuse and his accomplices steal all kinds of attributes from a national research institute, including female staff members, in order to complete his own evil mind control ray. Dr. Mabuse has his impressive and horribly scarred man monster that kills for him, while the entire police force desperately tries to catch him. Um, there you go. It came out. When did this come out? 1972. That's very much in the Jess Franco wheelhouse. So there you go. Moving on from there, we've got. Oh, I forgot that this is actually coming out. We talked about this already, but let me mention it now. The 1990s satirical comedy Repossessed, starring Leslie Nielsen, Linda Blair, Ned Beatty, which is just a spoof on vampire movies. That's what it is. New audio commentary by director Bob Logan. Not vampire movies. I'm thinking of Dracula Dead and Loving It. This is a spoof on The Exorcist and demonic possession films. That's what it is. Sorry. I got my spoofs confused because I think Dracula Dead and Loving It would come out after this. Let's see. What else we've got here? That's coming out August 19th, by the way. Oh, so Smoke and Blue in the Face are getting individual releases from Kino, and they're getting a double feature single release as well. So Smoke and Blue in the Face both have gotten imprint releases, and I remember thinking Smoke was incredible, and Blue in the Face, while still good, not quite as great. These movies are really really good. Let me get a little. I can't recommend enough. So of course, why are we doing this? An ad popped up right as I was scrolling. So this is a really good release. So where there's smoke, there's laughter. New Yorkers' lives change forever when a Brooklyn cigar store manager, Augie Harvey Keitel, befriends them. Among them is a writer who can't write, who's portrayed by William Hurt, a reluctant father hiding from his past as Forrest Whitaker, a streetwise teen with an unusual identity crisis, Harold Perrineau, Augie's long-lost girlfriend, Stalker Channing, who returns with some surprising news, full of offbeat humor, unexpected wit, and star-studded cast, also featuring Giancarlo Esposito and Ashley Judd. Smoke was just directed by trailblazing filmmaker Wayne Wong, who directed Chan is Missing and, of course, Blue in the Face, and won the Independent Spirit Award for Best First Screenplay by acclaimed novelist Paul Auster. 2K film restoration, interview with director Wayne Wong, interview with writer Paul Auster, behind-the-scenes featurette, Berlin Film Festival press conference. This is a great film. And then you've got Blue in the Face, which is its sequel. Its sequel just has so much more, so many more guest stars in it. Let's see, brand new HD master by Paramount Pictures from a 4K film restoration. It's the uproarious follow-up to the hit comedy Smoke. Harvey Keitel returns with a red-hot cast and non-stop laughs when a wacky group of locals visits the neighborhood cigar shop, looking for good times and finding plenty of hilarious fun. But when the greedy owner threatens to close the shop for good and turn it into a trendy vegetarian restaurant, the neighborhood proves they'll do just about anything to save their favorite hangout. And you've got so many different people pop up in this movie. Obviously Harvey Keitel, but you've got Giancarlo Esposito, Roseanne Barr, Michael J. Fox, Lily Tomlin, Victor Argo, Mira Sorvino, Lou Reed, Keith David, Jim Jarmusch, Jared Harris, RuPaul, and Madonna. There's an interview with the director, there's an interview with the writer, and there's an archival conversation with Lou Reed. Whether you buy the imprint release of this or you buy the Kino release of this, both of these movies are worth owning. They're both worth owning. I really love them a lot. Especially Smoke. Smoke is so good. Next, completely different type of vibe here. Those two movies are coming out August 26th. Also coming out August 26th is Frankenstein's Bloody Terror. Meticulously restored by the 3D Film Archive and is presented in both the stereoscopic 3D player and stereoscopic and anaglyph versions. You do get the glasses. That's the red and green glasses provided. There's a new audio commentary by novelist and critic Tim Lucas, new audio commentary by film historians Troy Haworth, Troy Gwynn, and Rodney Barrett. About yeah, and then there's a featurette about the 3D restoration. That's cool. Let's move on from there. Here's the two Jakes. There we go. Two Jakes, August 26th, 4K UHD, disc 1. Brand new HDR Dolby Vision Master from 4K scan of the original 35mm camera negative. New audio commentary by mystery writer and filmmaker Max Allen Collins with film historian and host of Serial at Midnight, Heath Holland. Yes, Heath Holland from Serial at Midnight. Then the Blu-ray has the movie and the audio commentary, and then Flying High with Jack, new interview with actor Keith David. Cool. Time changes things, editing the two Jakes. That's interview with the editor. Jake on Jake, Jack Nicholson interview. That must be archived. There's no way that's new. There's no way that's new. And that's the two Jakes. Yeah, and then last, maybe not last, but second to last. This was announced yesterday. We have The Undisputed. This is a Walter Hill boxing film from 2002, starring Ving Rhames and Wesley Snipes. The movie also stars, what's his name? Columbo. Columbo's in the movie. I'm completely blanking on his name because 3 hours into the recording and my mind is gone the way of the dodo. Peter Falk. Yeah, Peter Falk. I just saw him the other day because I rewatched Mikey and Nikki, the Elaine May film. I rewatched it for my birthday. Good film. My goodness, that's a great film. Super underrated 70s film. Such a 70s movie. Just like nihilistic, gritty. Takes place all at night in New York. The gritty New York of the 70s is unlike any other time in New York history on film. But Wesley Snipes and Ving Rhames are in this Walter Hill film, and they're both in prison. So Wesley Snipes has been in prison for 10 years in this movie, and Ving Rhames is newly in prison, and he's the world heavyweight champion, and he's big time, super famous, super rich guy, but he's got some, obviously, legal problems. He's got some financial issues that he's going through, and he needs to find a way to get out of prison. And in order to do that, he's got to box Wesley Snipes' character. But Wesley Snipes' character has a background in boxing before he got into prison. He was undefeated. He was a star on the rise. He was a really good boxer, and he's been boxing in these kind of unsanctioned, probably illegal prison boxing matches as well. That's been going on. Michael Rooker is in the film as a prison guard. Wes Studi is in the movie. Fisher Stevens is in the movie. Yeah, it's a Walter Hill film. Walter Hill's directed The Long Riders, 48 Hours, Johnny Handsome. He's directed The Driver. He directed Southern Comfort. He's directed didn't he direct Warriors? I believe that was Walter Hill as well. But this is getting a 4K UHD release. We got some special features here too. We've got brand new HDR Dolby Vision Master from a 4K scan of the 35mm original camera negative. New audio commentary by action film historian Mike Leader and filmmaker Matt Rutledge. And then the Blu-ray disc has the movie, audio commentary, personal combat, and new interview with director Walter Hill. That's awesome. Walter Hill is still with us, and he's also still directing movies. He came out with a movie in 2022, so not that long ago. Conversation with Wesley Snipes, conversation with Ving Rhames. The movie's 94 minutes long. It's super short movie. Coming out August 26th. Yeah, that's definitely something to add to the Walter Hill collection. And then next up here, we've got the movie Scoop, the Woody Allen film, which we already talked about, from 2006, starring Hugh Jackman and Scarlett Johansson. It's getting nothing in the way of special features. Kind of makes sense. And that's coming August 26th as well. What's interesting, yeah, I can understand why. I don't think anybody wants to really talk about Woody Allen anymore. I can understand, obviously getting Scarlett Johansson or Hugh Jackman would cost tons of money to talk about the movie. And it's also kind of one of Woody Allen's kind of lesser known, lesser liked movies. especially from his 2000s output. Like that was in between some other better stuff that he's more well known for. Like he had done Match Point before then. Match Point is a much more well known film, starring also Scarlett Johansson too. Coincidentally, yeah, we talked a little bit about his work when we talked about Scoop when it was announced a couple of weeks ago, a couple episodes back. Let's see. Some other let's see. Acres of Movies is excited um for the two Jakes. So and Acres of Movies also says recap your Coneheads opinions if possible. Thanks, I missed that. So Coneheads for me is a nostalgic film. I watched it when I was super young on VHS in the 90s. Definitely remember renting it a bunch of times and watching it a lot. I've never actually owned the movie, so getting it finally will be nice. I believe it originated as an SNL skit by um, um, Dan Aykroyd. Excuse me, by Dan Aykroyd. And I've always had kind of an affinity towards the SNL skits that then got turned into movies. For example, Wayne's World 2, Night at the Roxbury I think is kind of underrated. I know that's maybe a guilty pleasure for me. Night at the Roxbury. Of course, you have the Blues Brothers. That reminds me, I got to read by the Blues Brothers. Um, I saw that when I was super young as well. Another Dan Aykroyd kind of SNL skit turned into a movie. But the Coneheads, I've always liked. Like I said, that's a nostalgia for me. Not much in the way of special features with it. Um, Acres of Movies. I don't know if you heard me talk about that, but the Coneheads. Let me just scroll back down. I don't think there was like an audio commentary, and that was really it. Oh no, yeah, that was it. There's an audio commentary with director Steve Barron and film historian Michael Felsher. Then there's um, Consuming Mass Quantities, an interview with actress Michelle Burke. Garthok Naufeld, an interview with monster creator Phil Tippett. And then there's like a vintage EPK, and then there's an extended vintage interview clips with Dan Aykroyd, and then the rest of the cast and Lorne Michaels. But that's like older like archive stuff that they probably got from Universal. I think it's a Universal Blu-ray release initially and DVD release, and then like TV spots and stuff like that. So nothing really newish, but I wasn't really expecting Dan Aykroyd to. It's probably expensive to do an interview and whatnot. But yeah, I always liked Coneheads. Great kind of cast that cameos by like Jason Alexander, Ellen DeGeneres, and Drew Carey, Chris Farley plays like the boyfriend. But look at this cat: Eddie Griffin, Phil Hartman, Tim Meadows, Garrett Morris, Kevin Nealon. Basically, everybody who was in the SNL in the '90s was in this. Adam Sandler, Sinbad, David Spade, Julia Sweeney, Dave Thomas, and more. Yeah, Michael Richards too. Goodness gracious, what a cameo fest. That's another thing when it comes to these like movies with SNL cast members. They always bring all their friends with them. Like that happens so often now. Um, not now, but it's happened so often throughout. You know, like I said, these SNL skits get turned into movies, or the SNL actors branch out to do movies. They always bring their friends with them who were on SNL to be in them. I think that's kind of cool. Might as well make movies with your friends. I always get on people who like saying, "Oh, look who got casted in the movie, somebody's friend," and I'm like, "Of course." If it was me, I'd cast my friends too. Why would you not want to work with your friends? You get along with them, you work well with them, they can do the work, you have experience with them. I mean, it checks a lot of boxes there. Let's see some other comments here, and then we'll move on to what else we have to talk about. I mean, Two Jakes isn't a patch on Chinatown. On its own terms, not good either. I don't understand that. I've never been of the mindset that a sequel to an all-time great movie, if it's bad, besmirches the original. I've never been in that camp because the original is still there. Let's see. Acres of Movies also says, excited to see how it looks. What a beautiful movie. Jack as director could have forever changed cinema if opportuned as such. Yeah, he only directed 3 movies. Um, He only directed Drive, he said. He directed Going South, which I have. I have Drive, he said, and Going South. All I need is the two Jakes, and then those are the three Jack Nicholson directed films. Let's see. Acres of Movie says, what should Jack Nicholson and Paul Newman have teamed up for? What movie that was made or one that wasn't would they have been good for? Um, I mean, why am I thinking Western? I don't know why. Oh, yeah, I'm thinking Western, but it would be like maybe 70s. Yeah, I would say 70s Western, directed by Jack Nicholson, starring Paul Newman. Paul Newman was still, he was an older guy at that time, but he wasn't quite as old as he would be in the 80s, circa like Color of Money or even like The Verdict or Absence of Malice. He was still a little bit young and spry in the 70s. You know, he was in the movie Slapshot. So, you know, he was still good enough to be a hockey player. And obviously, he may be a little more spry to be in a Western. Yeah, there you go. Agnes movie says thriller, comedy, Western. I'd fancy a Western with them. Me too. I just said it. Didn't even see that comment. Do you like Murder at 1600? I've actually never seen it. There's a lot of 90s thrillers that I still need to see. Adam Scove says Tim Burton was planning an adaptation of Richard Brautigan's The Hawkins Monster. It would have starred Clint Eastwood and Jack Nicholson. Please still make this, Burton. Um, they're both still with us for the time being. I just don't think Jack Nicholson is acting anymore. He hasn't. Yeah, I think it wasn't The Bucket List was his last movie. I know he was supposed to come out of retirement once before to make a movie. It was I couldn't remember. I can't remember the name of the movie. It was going to be a remake of a foreign film, and the movie is completely blanking in my head. It was what was that actress? I can't. Yeah, and I think it was Sandra Huller. She was in that movie years ago. I still coincidentally still need to get it. It's a movie about the relationship with her father. I think it was Sandra Huller. Let's see, where are you? Tony Erdman. Tony Erdman. So the 2016 movie Tony Erdman, they were going to make an American version of that. You know, an American remake because they always do that crap. And I think they were going to get Jack Nicholson to play the father character. Um, that's what I heard around that time. It never came to fruition, like it never happened. But that's what I heard that he was going to come out of retirement to do. Forgot who played the father in this movie. He was really great. Yeah, but anywho, yeah, there's going to be an American remake of Tony Erdman. So let's see. Acres of Movie says, what are your least liked Woody Allen films? Also, most underappreciated. I'd say for underappreciated, that's Cassandra's Dream. Cassandra's Dream is kind of underappreciated. What's that movie he did in 2003 with Jason Biggs and was it Christina Ricci? Is it called Anything Else? I think it is. Yeah, I think it is. Some of his later 90s work I think are underappreciated. Mighty Aphrodite. And then there's the one he did with Samantha Morton, which I think she was nominated. Oh, it's the one, yeah, with Samantha Morton and Sean Penn. I can't remember the name of that movie. Um, it's the one where he was like a guitar player, and I think she couldn't speak or something. I can't remember. Um, but yeah, I think those are kind of underrated. There's Bullets Over Broadway, kind of underrated. Least liked movies? Um, jeez. Let me. Oh, hold on. That's kind of tough. Let's see. Bum. Let me go check. Oh, super an underrated one, and I just say this because I'm completely biased because they shot it literally down the street. They shot some scenes down the street from my house. Irrational Man with Joaquin Phoenix and Emma Stone. Um, I think I'm biased because they literally shot down the street from my house. Because that movie was actually shot in Rhode Island. Let's see, underrated. Blah blah blah. What was that one? Sweet and Lowdown. That's the one that I was with Samantha Morton. Let's see. I think Radio Days is kind of underrated. Broadway Danny Rose. Broadway Danny Rose is underrated. Least favorite? That's kind of tough. I don't really have one. I'm looking at them. I don't really have. I guess like, I haven't seen like Small Time Crooks, Curse of the Jade Scorpion. Those aren't his best stuff. I actually like Melinda and Melinda. I know people weren't big fans of that. Whatever Works is fine. Whatever Works is fine, but it's more of like a Larry. It's kind of like watching Curb Your Enthusiasm, which I guess is fine. Curb Your Enthusiasm is great, but it's Larry David in a Woody Allen film, and just Larry David kind of being Larry David in Curb Your Enthusiasm, which is, I guess, it's kind of him. So there you go. Let's see. Yeah, Match Point, it was dark Woody. I liked when he kind of took chances. He stopped taking chances like a while ago, which was unfortunate. Let's see. I like dark Woodies such as Crimes and Misdemeanors. Yeah, that's good. Husbands and Wives. Hannah and Her Sisters I really like. And Match Point too, Cassandra's Dream. Small Time Crooks and Curse of the Jade Scorpion, Scoop and Radio Days are not the best. I can understand that. I'd like a new Coneheads movie just for me. What Acres of Movie says that. Hey, they're making sequels to movies now that I didn't think they were going to make sequels to. I talked to earlier. There's a Happy Gilmore 2 coming out in like a month. So there you go. You never know. I'd love to see a Roller Coaster Tycoon movie. I was kind of surprised they didn't do that already. I love your Newman Nicholas idea. Thank you. Let's see. I think you will enjoy the competent thriller Murder at 1600. Terrific 90s cast. I do like a good 90s thriller. Oh, you did. Yeah. Adam Schofield said Erdman. Yes. Thank you, Adam. I got there eventually. I had to put the pieces together. I was like, who is in that movie? And it was, I know that, I know the actress who was in it. I just got to go look up her IMDb. That'll show me Tony Erdman. And it did. I've been wanting to buy that movie for like 9 years, and I still don't own Tony Erdman. It got a Blu-ray release right around when it came out. Yet, any Acres of Movies, anything else? I don't think I saw Irrational Man. That's the one with Joaquin Phoenix and, like I said, Emma Stone and Joaquin Phoenix. Melinda and Melinda for Life. I love that movie. Radha Mitchell was snubbed. That's an actress you don't hear a lot about anymore, Radha Mitchell. I remember she was in the movie Pitch Black. Yeah, she was, which is the first Chronicles of Riddick film, or the first Riddick film. Yeah, I remember her. She was in a couple of other 90s films as well. I heard her mentioned earlier today. I was watching some YouTube video about some movie. I can't remember what it was. Somebody, I think, Brian from over at Just the Discs was doing a little collection update, and one of the movies he was talking about had Radha Mitchell in it. I can't remember if it was The Way of the Gun. May have been The Way of the Gun. I can't remember. I was doing it earlier while I was starting my day off. But let's move on from Kino. Kino is all done. We are done with you, Kino. Now where do we go now? Let's see. So we've talked. Criterion we will save for last. We've talked about Imprint. We've talked about Radiance. We've talked about Second Sight. Oh, let's go over to Severin really quickly. So Severin's got a new box set coming out, and I wanted to mention it. So Danza Macabre Volume 4. So there are 3 other Danza Macabre box sets. Obviously Volume 1, 2, and 3. But Volumes 1, 2, and 3 are on sale for 50% off on the Severin, SeverinFilms.com website. And I didn't realize this, but Danza Macabre Volume 2 was a 4K UHD box set, because Danza Macabre Volume 4 is a UHD box set as well. So, I thought it was like their first 4K box set release, but I'm way off because it's not. But so these Danza Macabre box sets are all like Italian horror. They're all Italian horror films, and they are co-produced by our good friend Kat Ellinger, or our friend Kat Ellinger, who has worked with, she's worked with so many different people. She's been on Chasing Labels a couple of times. Anytime her name is attached to a movie or a project or in the special features in some way, shape, or form, the movie's at least worth checking out. And it's worth getting just to have her input on something. Um, yeah, she's kind of a master at these types of things. But I want to talk about this Danza Macabra box set. So Volume 4 is called Danza Macabra Volume 4, the Italian Gothic Collection. Yeah, these are Gothic films. 11 disc box set, 4K UHD, 4K UHDs plus 6 Blu-rays plus a CD. We got a lot going here, people. So the movies, let me get that first. So the movies are Terror Creatures from the Grave, and the second movie is Night of the Damned, and then the third movie is The Devil's Wedding, and then the fourth movie is Baba Yaga. Okay, Baba Yaga. Okay, there's a lot of break. If you go to the severnfilms.com website, there's a whole breakdown of all of the 11 discs. So I'm not going to take too much time to go through them. All I will say is that just for the 4K UHD box set, because that's the one I'm interested in, obviously. There is a Blu-ray counterpart to this set as well, probably cheaper, obviously. But the first 3 discs in this set are all dedicated to the first film of Terror Creatures of the Grave from 1965. I actually did get to see this movie. It is available to stream on, was it Tubi? I think it may have been Tubi. Either way, it was in rough condition. I'm talking like damn near unwatchable. So this 4K of this movie, Terror Creatures from the Grave, must be a revelation beyond compare. because to go from like literal like public domain garbage land to a 4K UHD from Severin, it's got to be a world of difference. A world of difference. This movie, I just want to mention this movie specifically because I got to see it. Stars Barbara Steele, who is, of course, queen of Italian horror. So after decades of murky transfers and cut prints, this scary, impressive, and haunting horror, haunting favorite starring the queen of Italian horror, Barbara Steele, comes to UHD for the first time ever. Deep within the cursed villa of a dead spiritualist, the legacy of Black Plague will unleash a torrent of madness, murder, and the vengeance of the undead. Walter Brandi, Riccardo Carone, and Luciano Pigozzi co-star in this damn creepy and surprisingly brutal thriller directed by Massimo Pupio, who directed The Bloody Pit of Horror in both its US and Italian versions, featuring multiple different death scenes, newly scanned in 4K from the original camera negative, with nearly 3 hours of special features, including a selected scene commentary with Miss Steele. Wow, that's amazing. I believe Barbara Steele passed away a few years ago, but that's the one thing with Severin. When they go full tilt boogie with these box sets, they go full tilt boogie with these box sets. Like, great stuff. They put out some of the best box sets of the last few years. The folk horror box sets, Volume 1 and Volume 2, some of the best box sets you will ever see. Just from sheer quantity and quality, can't be beat. Can't be beat. But so this movie is on 3. So this movie is dedicated to 3 discs: UHD disc, the Blu-ray disc, and a disc of just special features. That's a Blu-ray disc. I won't go through all this stuff here because you can go on their website and read it all just to save some time. Discs 4 and 5 are dedicated to Night of the Damned from 1971. And then it's got newly restored, uncut, and uncensored in UHD for the first time ever. And then you have discs 6 and 7 are dedicated to The Devil's Wedding Night. Yet again, 4K UHD disc. I think it's Joe D'Amato film. Anywho, each movie comes with a host of special features. Just a host of special features. And then discs 8, 9, 10. Well, yeah, it says disc 8, 9, 10, and 11 are are dedicated to Baba Yaga. Yeah, so disc 8 has the movie, disc 9 is the Blu-ray and special features, and then disc 10 is Blu-ray special features, and disc 11 is a CD soundtrack. Yeah. So there's a lot cooking with this. I just wanted to bring this up because I know there's a lot of Severin fans who listen to Chasing Labels. We've talked with our friend, I almost forgot his name, Andrew over at, I cannot remember his name. Guys, the camera comes on and my mind completely blanks. Oh man, it's so frustrating because I spend so much time like preparing for this podcast, and then my mind completely. Andrew Furtado, thank you. So, yeah, Andrew Furtado. We actually are from the same state. He's from further south in the state near the ocean. I'm from northern part of the state. Coincidentally, we grew up in the same state. But from over at Severin, who we've had on our podcast, Chasing Labels 4 times over the years. And I know he does great work over at Severin, and so we want to give Severin a shout out because they do some pretty good work for a lot of movies that do not get a lot of love in a lot of other places. Like, who's making these 4K UHD box sets of Italian Gothic horror films from the 60s and 70s? Not very many people are caring that much about that, but they're going full tilt on that, so I thought I would bring that up. What else do we've got here? Some other kind of one-offs. Chameleon Films is putting out another of Johnny Toe's films called Hero Never Dies. Let's see, Hero Never Dies. Yes, there it is. It called a Hero Never Dies. Let's see if I can get some info on this. Yes. So, A Hero Never Dies, Australian label Chameleon Films is preparing a special edition Blu-ray of Johnny Toe's A Hero Never Dies, starring Leon Lei, Sweat Lam, Ching Wan Lao, Yo-Yo Meng, and Tianlin Wang. The release is expected to arrive on the market later this year, so we don't even know when it's coming or what's in it. But I thought I would mention it because Johnny Toe is a great director, and they've already put out several Johnny Toe films. They put out like 4 or 5 Johnny Toe films already. I still need to get Election and Election 2 double feature. I've been wanting to buy that for years, but it's not cheap. Not cheap. Yeah. So I want to mention that. And then Altered Innocence is putting out a movie called So Unreal, which is like a pseudo documentary. I don't even know where the heck I'm gonna find this thing. Let me go over to I don't even know where to look. Maybe their Facebook page will have it. Oh, maybe not. I don't think so. I may have to. I don't even know where their website is anymore. Altered Innocence. I can never spell innocence correctly. Let's see. Let's see. Go to their movies. Coming soon. Yeah, they don't even have it. So, well, there's a movie called So Unreal that they're putting out, and it was a documentary that came out. See if I can find it on IMDb. Yep. It's a documentary with like Debbie Harry in it. Yeah. So this is a documentary from 2023. Altered Innocence is putting it out. It says explores film as a conduit for the anxiety, fear, exhilarating joy, and obsession from humanity over emerging technology at the end of the millennium, all through the cyberspace cinema from 1981 to 2001. So you get like, I think they show like clips and talk about films like The Matrix, Tron, Tetsuo the Iron Man, and movies like that. And I think it's like narrated by Debbie Harry. Yeah, explores film as it's just telling me. Doesn't give me anything else. Yeah, so I just want to mention it. I'll probably end up talking about it a little bit more when I can find some more details on it, or when they've actually, posted on their website, Altered Innocence. Yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, moving on from there, I think the last thing we're going to be talking about here is Criterion. Yeah, we'll be talking about Criterion, and that'll be the end of the show. Oh no, we still have to talk about Eureka. My bad. Hold on. Quick, let's go to Eureka. If I could just pull up, where are you, Gray? Where are you, Eureka? Let's see. All right, I'm gonna have to look them up properly now. Yes, okay. So yeah, Eureka had their September releases announced. Yes. So I also want to address some comments here. So Acres of Movie says Rada Mitchell, great in high art and love and other catastrophes. Adam Schofield says, going to lie down now. It's 5:30 a.m. here, but we'll keep listening. Oh, thanks. Hey, thanks for staying up so late. I'm a night owl myself, so I kind of get it. Sometimes you just end up running out of gas. Happens to me all the time. Literally right here on this couch, I fall asleep on it every single day. Literally every single day, I fall asleep on it in the middle of watching something. So I kind of get it. So let's go to Eureka, then Criterion, then we'll be done with episode or spy number. What episode of spy number actually are we on? Is it 168 or 167? Yes. Hold on. Yep, 167. I forgot what episode we were doing for Chasing Labels. Not the best. Eureka Entertainment has announced its September batch of Blu-ray releases. They are Flaming Brothers from 1987, good year, Furious Swords and Fantastic Warriors, The Heroic Cinema of Chang Che from 1967 to 1983, and The Rack and the Ruin, the Rubble film at DEFA 1946 to 1948. That box set intrigues me beyond belief. But we will start with Flaming Brothers. This is a kind of 1980s Hong Kong action film. I think it's a Golden Harvest film. It stars Chow Yun-fat and Chen Wei Lun. No, those are the character names. Let's see. A standout Hong Kong crime thriller released amidst the wave of heroic bloodshed films that followed in the wake of John Woo's A Better Tomorrow and Ringo Lam's City on Fire. Yes, it's very much in that vein. Flaming Brothers features Alan Tang and Chow Yun-fat, who was quickly rising in superstardom in the late 1980s as triad brothers determined to protect their criminal operation and each other, no matter what the cost. So, yeah, what you got here is Chow Yun-fat and Alan Tang, and they are like orphaned brothers who they're not brothers by like genealogy or DNA or anything like that. They're brothers. They're brothers through life. You know what I mean? They were young kids growing up together in the orphanage. They grew into adults. They're now involved in organized crime. And they're kind of the opposite type of guys, actually. They're very much a yin yang type of situation going on here. Chow Yun Fat is kind of more of a wild child, and Alan Tang's character is the one kind of bailing him out of problems. But they do get in their share of problems themselves. They're kind of lower rung type of organized crime guys, if you will, and they've got each other's back through thick and thin, through everything. You know what I mean? It's one of those types of film. It is in the vein of like A Better Tomorrow or City on Fire. It's not as good as a movie as those are. It's not as good of a movie as like The Killer or Hard Boiled would be after this. This movie is kind of a lower version of those two movies, very similar to A Better Tomorrow, plot wise, if you will. But it's not as good as those movies. It's still fun, still some good action in it. Chow Yun-fat is awesome in it. Alan Tang, unfortunately, isn't great in the movie. His character is kind of boring. His situations are kind of way less interesting than what's going on with Chow Yun-fat. So every time Chow Yun-fat's not on the screen, I'm like, can we get back to Chow Yun-fat? He's so much more interesting. He's so much more charismatic, better screen presence. Yeah, it's a decent movie, but yet again, not as good as some of the other ones of that time. What's interesting is that the screenplay for this movie is written by Wong Kar-wai, who would of course go on to direct Chungking Express and In the Mood for Love, amongst many other classics of the 90s and the 2000s. Interesting. But for special features, 2K restoration of the film, new audio commentary by action cinema experts Mike Leader and On Venema, they're always here. archival interview with director Joe Chung, new video locations piece by CFK, and that's it. Then we got a box set, Furious Swords and Fantastic Warriors, the heroic cinema of Chang Che. This has quite a few movies in it. Men from the Monastery and Shaolin Martial Arts, King Eagle and Iron Bodyguard, Fantastic Magic Baby and the Weird Man, Trail of the Broken Blade and Wandering Swordsman, Trilogy of Swordsmanship, and New Shaolin Boxers. And these are all directed by Chang Che. It's just a bunch of movies that vary throughout his career from the 60s all the way up through the early 80s. I didn't see any of them, but they're all produced during the Chang Che's tenure at Shaw Brothers. These 10 films are a testament to the director's distinct aesthetic style and his recurring thematic preoccupations. Okay. New commentary on The Men from the Monastery, The Trail of the Broken Blade, and The Weird Man by film critic David West. New audio commentary on King Eagle, The Wandering Swordsman, Trilogy of Swordsmanship, and Fantastic Magic Baby by action cinema experts Mike Leader and Aaron Venema. New audio commentaries on Shaolin Martial Arts, Iron Bodyguard, and New Shaolin Boxers by East Asian film expert Frank Zhang, and martial artist and filmmaker Michael Worth. New audio commentary on The Fantastic Magic Baby by Frank Zhang. New interview with Hong Kong cinema scholar Wayne Wong on the life and work of Chang Che. New video essay by Jonathan Clements. New video essay by Jonathan Clements on Chang Che's Shaolin film. And then subtitles. And then that's it. These are all coming out in September. Next box set is the one that has me most interested. Okay, so Rack and Ruin, the Rubble film at DEFA. So we already got a DEFA box set from Eureka already. And this was the company that was set up in the Eastern Bloc of Germany after World War II. So East Germany, the one that was under the regime or under the guise of the USSR, the Soviet Union. And these movies specifically were made literally right after the war within the ruins of Europe, specifically Germany. And these movies were specifically made to denazify Germany after the war. These movies were specifically made to kind of show people the error of the Nazi ways, essentially. It said the first studio to begin operating in post-war Germany, DEFA was officially authorized to begin making films in the Soviet occupation zone in 1946. This was overseen by the Soviet military, and one of its primary mandates was to aid in the denazification of Germany by focusing on anti-fascist themes in films that would ruminate on the literal and figurative wreckage left by the Third Reich. Often shot on location in the ruins of Berlin, these early DEFA productions have come to be called Trümmer film or rubble films and remain some of the most important pictures the studio ever made. So, these movies are The Murderers Are Among Us from 1946, Somewhere in Berlin from 1946, Police Raid 1947, Marriage in the Shadows 1947, and The Blum Affair from 1948. So as you can see, very close to the end of World War II. These films remind me a lot of the War Trilogy by Roberto Rossellini. Those films were made literally in Europe right after World War II, oftentimes within the cities that were just destroyed because of the combat. Germany Year Zero reminds me a lot of this types of movie where you're literally making a movie in the rubble of buildings. Like it's just like buildings are half in just rubble, just gone, just in pieces, and you're constructing stories set in this area, and the setting itself almost becomes a character in and of itself. So these are rather historical films that are in this box set here, something that I'm definitely interested in, just as a history buff and as a fan of film history in general. So this definitely has my interest peaked and makes me want to go and get that DEFA box set as well. Loads of special features. So I'm not going to go through all of these because I am slowly fading here because we're hitting the 4 hour mark, and I want to get to Criterion. I know I've got a lot to say about Criterion too. So I'll just say that this box set, each movie has its own commentary. Tons of interviews here with looks like socialist cinema experts and scholars and people who know stuff from that area. There's some newsreel stuff from that era as well. Documentary on post-war rebuilding of Berlin. So this is a significant box set, not only for the movies that's in it, but just for from a cultural standpoint as well. I really, really want to get this. Yeah, I gotta go get those other box sets too. So and that's it. That's it from Eureka. Once again, a small slate but mighty slate. We've got the Flaming Brothers from 1987, Furious Swords and Fantastic Warriors, the heroic cinema of Chang Che from 1967 to 1983, Wreck and Ruin, the Rubble film at DEFA 1946 to 1948. Let's see. Now we go over to Criterion. Now, luckily for us, we've talked about some of this already. So, quick recap. We know we are getting the Wes Anderson Archive 10 films, 25 years box set is coming in September. I talked about it last time. Isle of Dogs and The French Dispatch are getting individual releases because those are the only two movies in that box set that doesn't have individual Blu-ray releases yet. But that box set is a 4K box set. So each film that's already been released on Blu-ray will be getting a 4K UHD upgrade. Now, will they eventually re-release the movies individually on 4K that have only gotten Blu-ray releases so far? I don't know. It's happened before. It's taken a long time for that to happen. Like we just got The Umbrellas of Cherbourg, just got an individual Blu-ray. Actually, it got an individual Blu-ray release years ago from the box set, and now just got a 4K upgrade individual release too. So it's happened. It's happened. But this is a lot of movies in here. For those of you who don't know, Wes Anderson has been a Criterion Collection staple for a long time. For as long as I've been collecting. My first two Criterion releases I ever bought at a sale at Barnes & Noble were The Thin Red Line and The Darjeeling Limited. Two completely different movies. Couldn't pick more different movies than those two. But this box set has Bottle Rocket, Rushmore, The Royal Tenenbaums, Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou, Darjeeling Limited, Fantastic Mr. Fox, Moonrise Kingdom, The Grand Budapest Hotel, Isle of Dogs, and The French Dispatch. And each movie's got its own special features, all kinds of stuff. I went over all of that in episode number 166. So the previous episode to Spine number 167 of Chasing Labels, number 166, I went over all of that. Now let's get to some new stuff that they announced. Read My Lips, a movie by Jacques Audiard. The Beat That My Heart Skipped, another movie by Jacques Audiard. Flow, which is the animated film that came out last year, which was a critical darling. This is Spinal Tap, the Rob Reiner classic mockumentary. Born in Flames, which is a Lizzie Borden film. And then High and Low is getting a 4K UHD upgrade. That is the Akira Kurosawa film, which coincidentally just got a remake by Spike Lee, which I think just showed at the Cannes Film Festival. So there you go there. But let's break this down, shall we? So Read My Lips is directed by Jacques Audiard. Now, Jacques Audiard got in a little bit of a I don't know, a tizzy lately. Not a tizzy, but you know what I'm saying. His movie, Amelia Perez, which was critically loved, but the public did not quite like it. So he got a lot of backlash because of that movie. He's actually a great filmmaker. Jacques Audiard is a great filmmaker. He's got his movie Deepan is in the Criterion Collection. These two movies are in the Criterion Collection. His movie Rust and Bone, which I think is so underrated. No one talks about the movie Rust and Bone. It's a 2012 movie starring Marion Cotillard. I think this movie is incredible, but no one talks about it. He also directed the movie, I believe, what's that? Oh, A Prophet? Yes, A Prophet, which is also incredible. He directed The Sisters Brothers, which has an Arrow release, 4K release. That movie stars Joaquin Phoenix as well as um, John C. Riley. Jake Gyllenhaal's in the film. Riz Ahmed's in that film. Heck, Carol Kane, Rucker Hauer. But Jacques Audiard, I think, is a great filmmaker. Emilia Perez aside. um, but Read My Lips is really, really good. Two outcasts are drawn together by crime and passion in this early tour de force from director Jacques Audiard. Carla Emmanuelle DeVos, who won a César Award for her performance, is an unappreciated, hard of hearing employee at a nondescript construction company. Her lonely life gets a jolt of excitement when she hires a new assistant, Paul, portrayed by Vincent Cassel, an ex-con who soon enlists her and her lip-reading ability in a risky scheme. With visceral camera work and sound design, Audiard immerses viewers in the duo's increasingly turbulent world, blending noir conventions with complex character development for a thriller of unique depth and emotion. I really like this movie. I thought it was really, really good. Um, Vincent Cassel plays gray characters very, very well. Gray characters who tend to lean dark very, very well. And I thought Emmanuelle DeVos was very, very good. She plays someone who is hearing impaired, so she has the ability to read lips. And Vincent Cassel takes advantage of that when he is trying to steal money from his employees who just happen to be involved in organized crime. There's the danger of it all. There's the danger of it all. And then they have this kind of um romance, and I use romance in quotes because it's an odd romance going on here. She's got things going on, he's got things going on, and they both come together, and whatever, and complications ensue, I will say. But for special features, here we go. New 4K digital restoration of the film. This movie's from 2001, by the way. I should mention that. New 4K digital restoration, supervised and approved by Jacques Audiard. A new afterword by Jacques Audiard, audio commentary with actors Vincent Cassel and Emmanuelle DeVos. That's awesome. Program about the making of the film featuring interviews with Audiard, Vatapayed, and co-screenwriter Tonino Bonacista. Interview with composer Alexandre Desplat. Yeah, he does the music in the movie. Talk about a Wes Anderson connection. Deleted scenes featuring commentary by Audiard. There you go. Yeah, that is the movie Read My Lips. And then we got another Jacques Audiard film. We've got the movie The Beat That My Heart Skipped. A little bit different, came out after Read My Lips. This came out in 2005. A little rougher film, I would say. A little more gritty of a movie. A riveting character study in the guise of a gritty underworld thriller. Jacques Audiard's international breakthrough features an explosive performance from Romain Duris. Duris as a real estate broker torn between the dirty dealings of his slumlord father and his recently rekindled love for classical piano. Can music offer salvation from a life of sin? Winner of 8 César Awards, including Best Film, this bold reimagining of the new Hollywood cult classic Fingers showcases Audiard's gift for balancing breathtaking tension with galvanic human drama. So yeah, you've got a movie here about a guy kind of torn between two worlds. Kind of a seedy world of like dirty dealing real estate type of stuff going on with his father. And then he also wants to be a classical pianist. Like he wants to dedicate his life to being a pianist. And he's battling between the two, trying to find time between the two, trying to find emotional connection between the two, all this kinds of stuff. Yeah, it's a good movie. It's another good movie. So definitely check it out if you haven't already. I prefer, I like the other film a little bit more, but I can understand why people really like this movie. High definition digital master approved by the director. New interview with Audiard, interview with co-screenwriter Tonino Bonacista and composer Alexandre Desplat once again. Press conference from 2005 Berlin International Film Festival. Nice. Deleted scenes featuring commentary from the director, rehearsed footage, and that is it. All right. Let's see. Flow is Flow's a great movie. Flow, I believe, is from Latvia. Yeah, it's a Latvian film. You don't see a lot of animated Latvian films, I'll tell you that. A thrilling tale of friendship and survival that took indie animation to ecstatic new heights of ambition and imagination. This Academy Award winning international sensation follows a courageous cat after its home is devastated by a great flood. As the cat teams up with a capybara, a lemur, a bird, and a dog to navigate a boat in search of dry land, the crew must rely on trust, courage, and their wits to survive the perils of a newly aquatic planet. This whole movie has no dialogue in it. None. It's just these animals trying to survive. Um, and the animation is breathtaking. Um, the story is riveting, adventurous. It's such an adventure. It's great. Um, it was one of my favorite movies of last year. It really was. It was so good. When it started winning all kinds of awards, I was like, yeah, finally, finally, a really unique, beautiful, original type of animated film is getting some critical love from the awards circuit. Damn, yeah, finally. Um, yeah, it's really, really good. So 4K UHD release, 4K digital transfer. There's a 4K digital master of Away, which is a 2019 film by the same director, who is um, Gintz Sabalodis. Probably butchered that. One 4K UHD disc of Flow and Away, and two Blu-rays with Flow, Away, and the special features. Okay, so depending on which edition you get, if you get the 4K disc, 4K release, it's 3 discs. Blu-ray edition, it's 2 discs. Okay. Um, New audio commentary featuring the director, full feature-length animatic, new interviews with the director and co-writer, co-producer Matisse Kaza. Dreamcat, a making of documentary produced for Latvian television. Aqua 2012 from 2012. Priorities from 2014. Those are short films by the director. Unused shot reel with new commentary by the director. And then you got trailers and TV spots and stuff like that. So a nice little extras package from a new movie. Mostly based around the work of the director with short films and another film on here as well. I love it. This is a great package. This is excellent. This is exactly the way you're supposed to release a new movie on 4K or Blu-ray. Way to go, Criterion. Way to go. Nicely done. Nicely done. And flow is really great. Next is This is Spinal Tap. If you haven't seen This is Spinal Tap yet, you got to see this movie. This is like one of the most quintessential mockumentary films ever made, directed by Rob Reiner, who was on a run in the 80s. Truly legendary. That was truly legendary. This is Spinal Tap has come to be recognized as England's loudest and most punctual band in the legendary rockumentary. This is Spinal Tap, now beautifully restored. Nigel Tomfell, David St. Hubbins, and Derek Smalls embark on their final American tour with filmmaker Marty DeBurgi, who was portrayed by Rob Reiner, capturing all the mishaps, creative tensions, dwindling crowds, and ill-fated drummers. This is Spinal Tap takes DeBurge's brilliant verite-style documentary and turns it up to 11. This movie's so endlessly quotable, so many great, funny moments. It's such a great satire. Like I said, a rockumentary, mockumentary, whatever you want to call it. This is the movie that made fun of rock music in the 80s. That was kind of the start of the death knell of glam rock and stuff like that. This would be the movie that made fun of all of the ridiculousness, the pyrotechnics, the big stage props, the demands of the actors, and the wild costumes and all this kind of stuff. That was glam rock of the 80s, and it got so bloated and so over the top. The guitar solos that went on forever and all this kind of stuff. This movie makes fun of all of that. And it's so great. It's so, so great. This movie has been released on Criterion in the past, only on DVD. That's long out of print. It's been released on DVD regularly. It's been released on Blu-ray, which I have in my collection. But this will be a heck of a nice upgrade to 4K. So you get a new 4K digital restoration, supervised and approved by Rob Reiner himself. There's one 4K UH disc in the film presented in Dolby Vision, HDR, and 2 Blu-rays with the film and special features. So we yet again, like Flow, 3 discs for the 4K, 2 discs for the Blu-ray. Three audio commentaries, one with the actors Christopher Guest, Michael McKean, and Harry Shearer, one with Rob Reiner, producer Karen Murphy, and editors Robert Layton and Kent Beta, and one with band members Nigel Tufnell, David St. Hubbins, and Derek Smalls. New conversation between Rob Reiner and actor Patton Oswalt. That's going to be cool. The Cutting Room Floor featuring outtakes, alternate takes, and abandoned subplots. The Final Tap, The Final Tour, that's from 1982. And then you got trailers and stuff like that. Um, yeah, I this is definitely a must buy for me. I love this movie. It's so rewatchable for me. So great. Um, this is Spinal Tap by Rob Reiner. Next we've got Born in Flames. Born in Flames is by Lizzie Borden. Lizzie Borden has done the movie Working Girls, which I think is also really good and another really important film. And this movie is also kind of a really important, really interesting movie. So this movie's like part faux documentary, part dystopian, part political, part philosophical, part feminist, part battle cry for change. It's a lot of things. It's a lot of things. A blistering rallying cry issued loud, clear, and unapologetically queer. It's also a queer film. Lizzie Borden's explosive post-punk provocation is a DIY fantasia of female rebellion set in America 10 years after a revolution that supposedly transformed the country into a democratic socialist utopia. In reality, racism, sexism, and economic inequality are as virulent as ever, and a band of radicals led by a black, lesbian, and working class woman join forces to fight back. Told through a furiously fractured, kinetically edited flurry of television, news broadcasts, pirate radio transmissions, agitprop, and protest shot guerrilla style on the streets of New York City, Born in Flames is a shockwave of feminine futurism that's both an essential document of its time and radically ahead of it. Yeah, that's what's so fascinating about the movie to me is that it is literally about the time in which the movie came out, which was 1983, but it could literally be about now as well. It's so the themes that it's getting into when it comes to um it's commentating on misogyny and racism and sexism and the political times and all this kinds of stuff. You can adapt it to now as well. You know what I mean? There's a lot that never really changes, especially in the world, especially in the United States. And we kind of just keep circling and circling and going around and around of the same issues over and over again, year after year, decade after decade. Nothing ever gets fixed, nothing ever changes. It and every time something does change, people freak out to the point where we end up going backwards again. It happens all the time. It's frustrating beyond belief. But here we've got a movie from 1983 that's kind of confronting all of these things, and it's doing it in a incredibly guerrilla style, unique way. Like I said, like the movie's like documentary guerrilla type style of things, and it's incredible how kind of strong this movie is. Um, it really is. It's uh, It's really kind of an unbelievable film, a unique film, definitely. Let's see what we got here for special features. 2K restoration of the film, introduction by Lizzie Borden herself, new audio commentary featuring Borden cast members, a bunch of people. Adele Bertel, Hilary Hurst, Sheila McLaughlin, Pat Murphy, Marty Pottinger, and Gene Sattersfield, and people Dee Dee Halleck and Chris Hegedus. Regrouping 1976 is a Borden's directorial debut, an experimental documentary about the New York City women's. You've got all kinds of stuff. Um, it's unbelievable you know, the way in which this movie is kind of constructed. Truly guerrilla style stuff. Uh, but yeah, that is it for this movie. Um, Born in Flames, directed by Lizzie Borden. So next and last but not least is a movie I'm pretty sure many of you know of. We did a whole episode on the previous podcast before Chasing Labels. It was called Cinema Discovery Project. We did a whole episode on how going going in and out, up and down, through scene by scene. We did the whole thing. Um, it's just an unbelievable film. Is it's Yeah, it's one of Akira Kurosawa's best films. It's a movie that is unbelievably like timeless because it's dealing with big time themes and whatnot. So let me run it down here. Toshiro Mifune is unforgettable as Kingo Gondo, a wealthy industrialist whose family becomes the target of a cold-blooded kidnapper in High and Low, the highly influential domestic drama and police procedural from director Akira Kurosawa, Ed McBain's detective novel King's Ransom. Kurosawa moves effortlessly from compelling race against time thriller to exacting social commentary, creating a diabolical treatise on class and contemporary Japanese society. That is kind of a lot about what this movie is about. So, Toshiro Mifune is like a wealthy businessman. I think he runs like a shoe company or something like that. And what happens is um, his son gets kidnapped and held for ransom. But what ends up happening is that it's not his son, it's the son of his chauffeur that was mistakenly taken thinking that it was his son. So now the Toshiro Mifune's character has this moral quandary of whether he should pay this ransom or not. And I believe that the also other thing that's kind of a problem with him is that I believe he's trying to make some type of business deal as well. So it would pretty much take all of the money that he was dedicating towards that to pay this ransom off and to get the son back of his chauffeur. That's where the class themes kind of come into play here. Like what like is the value of this chauffeur's son the same as the value of this kind of wealthy man's son? That's where this kind of theme kind of gets into play here. Very interesting how Kira Kurosawa plays with that. And then the movie ends up shifting to becoming a police procedural, like a Dragnet in the second half, trying to catch the perpetrator of this crime. Um, Very interesting movie. It plays like a stage play. Great staging, great mise en scène, great acting by Toshiro Mifune, great acting by everyone involved. Just wonderful tension. Like I said, great themes explored. Just a masterwork by a great master in Akira Kurosawa. But it is getting a 4K UHD release upgrade. It's already been released on DVD, on Blu-ray, and now 4K UHD. So we've got new 4K digital restoration. And it's got a 4K disc and a Blu-ray disc, audio commentary featuring Akira Kurosawa, scholar Stephen Prince, documentary on the making of High and Low, created as part of the Toho Masterwork series. Akira Kurosawa, It Is Wonderful to Create. Interview with the actors Toshiro Mifune and Sutomu Yamazaki. Yeah, I'm even underselling the movie. The movie is just incredible. I do want to see here because I believe, let's see, there was another. Yeah, so it was just released in January from BFI on Blu-ray. Actually, never mind. I thought it was released on 4K from the BFI, but it has not. Let's see. Yeah, it was just released from new 4K. So the BFI release had a new 4K restoration from the original camera negative, and this release is new 4K digital restoration. So I'm assuming it's the same transfer. And that release from the BFI had a commentary by Japanese film expert Jasper Sharp, and it had the same special feature Akira Kurosawa. It is wonderful to create. And then that's it. But it's got a booklet with essays that I assume this one does not have. Yes, that's true. So okay, and of course the Criterion is a 4K UHD release, so it is the better picture quality, as they say. So that is it from Criterion for what month are we doing? September? Yeah, we're doing September. So we've got the Wes Anderson Archive, 10 films, 25 years. The French Dispatch and Isle of Dogs are getting 4K UHD separate releases, individual releases. Read My Lips by Jacques Audiard. The Beat That My Heart Skipped by Jacques Audiard. Flow, the great animated Latvian film. This is Spinal Tap, one of the greatest mockumentaries of all time by Rob Reiner. Born in Flames by Lizzie Borden, and then we have a 4K UHD release upgrade of the classic all-time great High and Low by the legend Akira Kurosawa. So that is it from uh, Chasing Labels episode or spy number 167. Recently, we did a new episode of Movies Down Memory Lane this past Saturday. Check that out if you haven't seen it already. Steven, myself, and our friend Dan Skip Allen all talk about the all-time classic movie, the Steven Spielberg film E.T. the Extraterrestrial. Coming up, um, we will be doing another episode of the Unwatched Pile this Monday, which I believe is the 30th. So that will be the last day of the month. Yes, the 30th. I will be back here on the 7th to talk about what ends up getting announced in the next 2 weeks or so. And that will be the next little time for Chasing Labels. Also, if you haven't checked it out already, I'm going to keep plugging this. Why not? We did an interview with now Academy Award winning director Sean Baker. The interview is up here on the YouTube channel. We did it for the Blu-ray releases, I can say Blu-ray releases of Noir, the film that just won Best Picture, and for his early film, Prince of Broadway. Both released by Criterion. We interviewed him for that. It was nice to see him. Okay, I moved the camera. It was nice to see Sean once again, and get to talk with him about his movies, about his love for movies and collecting and all of that stuff. Yeah, so check that interview out if you haven't already for Honora and Prince of Broadway. And that is it. That is it for Chasing Labels. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for listening. You can find this obviously here on the Chasing Labels YouTube channel, whether it be the live stream or whether it be the replay of the live stream. And you can find the audio version of this on pretty much everywhere podcasts can be found. Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, all those places. So, hey, keep on watching them movies, because I know I will.